Hello, race fans. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade. My broadcast partner, Joe, not here tonight. He'll be back next weekend. Actually, we've got a special event for you next weekend. Of course, it's a Bill Bowers Memorial next Friday and Saturday. You can see all the racing next week. It's the one time the rest of the year you won't see it on Antioch Speedway TV. It'll be on Flow Racing next Friday and Saturday, so don't forget to tune in for that. But tonight, we have some great racing action in store for you. We've got the wingless sprint cars are here. The BCRA midgets are here. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch them. The Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks are here. And, of course, the hard tops are here for tonight's Thompson Memorial Race. It is going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to some great racing action for tonight's racing event. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for tuning in for tonight's action. If you don't have the app, get it. It is the My Race Pass app. That's right. It's a free app. And you can spend some money for a little more thrills and spills, or thrills and stuff. But the basic one will get you there. It's My Race Pass is what it's called. And you get the lineups, you can get the results, you can get the schedule, point standings, all of that right there on My Race Pass. If you go onto our website at www.antiochspeedway.com, if you hit the results schedule tab at the top, it's going to take you to My Race Pass. That's where the schedule is kept now. Speaking of the schedule, we did have a schedule change coming up next month. Originally, the Delta Dwarf Car 2-day show was going to be October 16th and 17th, and the Hobby Stock Open was going to be on October 26th, I believe it was. Those two events have been swapped, so now the open show for the Hobby Stocks, we're saying open show, but it's just a big money show for the Hobby Stocks, $1,000 to win for the Hobby Stocks. That is going to be on the 17th of October. And then the following weekend, the 23rd and 24th, will be the Dwarf Car Mania. So two-night show there on the Saturday night, the 24th. The wingless sprint cars will join them. Again, next weekend's the Bill Bowers Memorial, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars. That's right. We're introducing the stock cars to Antioch Speedway next Saturday. $1,000 to win both nights for them. On the Bill Bowers Memorial for the Modifieds and Sport Modifieds, $5,000, $5,000 to win for the Modified Saturday night. $2,500 to win for the Sport Modifieds on Saturday night. But tonight, we got these cars right here driving around. These are the BCRA midgets. These are some fun cars. We also have some Echo midgets, our very own regular here at Antioch Speedway. Sean Arriaga is in one of these cars tonight. He's in the 6th, and it's called an Echo midget. It's a little bit different. It's got a little less horsepower, but still it is going to be fast, and he's hoping, having as many laps as he has around this racetrack, that it is going to be fun. But these things run 4-cylinder engines. They're about 1,000 pounds, so about 400 horsepower. So the power to weight ratio is amazing on these things, and look forward to some great racing action from them tonight. Tonight, of course, is a Chet Thompson tribute for the hard tops. We got a combination of the hard tops in the Central Valley cars came up. So lots of great cars here for the Chet Thompson tribute here tonight. And a lot of the normal hobby stock drivers are down in Watsonville taking part in the Pettit race, but we did open it up and bring the hobby stocks in tonight for the folks that didn't or couldn't make it down to the Pettit for the two-night show down there. And so we do have a number of Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks here tonight for some more great racing action. Hobby stocks have been putting on some absolutely fantastic races of late, as they normally do, but it just seems like they've stepped it up with above and beyond. Some of the best racing we've seen all year have been in that hobby stock division. Further down, looking at the schedule on October 10th, it is the Donna Soares and Larry DeMintz Memorial Night. That's also the Hall of Fame night. We're not going to have any Hall of Fame inductions, being we can't have any fans. We really want the fans here for that, but we are going to have some activities for the Hall of Fame, so you'll have to tune in for that. And then on October 31st, Halloween night, we're going to have candy for the kids. That's right, we're going to have the kids that are here are going to get some candy. They're going to have an opportunity to dress up. We're going to have some bouncy houses and some other activities All that coming up on October 31st. And to round out our season, November 27th and 28th, it's Turkey Night. Two-night show on Friday night the 27th. The Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the wingless sprint cars, and the wing sprint cars will be racing here on that Black Friday. And then on Saturday night the 28th, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the final race of the year for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. That is on Saturday, November 28th. So our season started late. It's running long. And we're getting lots of racing in. Racing each and every Saturday night right here at Antioch Speedway. And you can only see it on Antioch Speedway TV, except next weekend where it's on Flow Racing. But other than that, Antioch Speedway TV is the place to be. We got Hot Lab starting here in just a little bit. I'm Wiley Wade. Thanks for tuning in. Talk to you in a minute. Hot lap and underway here at Antioch Speedway. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks down the front straightaway into turn number 1. That would be our points leader, the 18T of James Thompson. Behind him, 78 Jason Robles, the 16V comes next. That's Adam Kajala. I'm sorry, just a 16 car, Adam Kajala. Behind him, Ken Johnson, the 32. Angela Brown into 47. The 29 is Jake Benacor. This is a non-points race here tonight. $300 a win. For the hobby stocks here tonight. Thompson, points leader by 30 points over the Squirrel Breach Row, and she's down at the Cecil, or excuse me, at the Pettit tonight. James didn't want to go do a two-day show. He wanted to make sure his motor lasts for the last points race. Looking, really wanting this championship. That is set number 1 for the hobby stocks here tonight. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Bad Brad Myers, first one out for hot lap session number 2 in that 33 car. Behind him is the 44G, of course, of James Gracely. Then we fall back to the 16V of Devin Vaughn, the 89 car of Brian Lloyd, the 75 car. That's Misty Wellborn. Anthony Wellborn's wife, getting behind the wheel. He sold his Sport Modified and bought 2 hobby stocks so they can race together. 2 cars there. That's Albert. Oh, no, that's not Albert. He's first Philip Aretta in the 03, then the 2 car. A late entry, not on the sheet. Get to that in just a second. The 02 car, Albert Ballinger. The 2 car is going to be Steve Torres. Find out from Andrea where he's going to fit in on the hot lap session or heat races. Torres will be at the back of heat 1. Bad Brad Myers in the 33 may have his wife, Melissa, in there tonight. Talk to him on the pre-race show. If you haven't seen the pre-race show, head on over to Antioch Speedway Buy Promotions on Facebook. It should be up on AntiochSpeedway.tv as well on Facebook. It's a 2-parter. Did have a brief interruption in the feed, so I had to start a second feed. But good show, about an hour long. Had a lot of guests roll through the Antioch Speedway pre-race set over there in the pit area. We're going to start doing that every Saturday, every race day, Friday or Saturday, every race day at 3 p.m. We will go live with the pre-race show. You can check it out live on Antioch Speedway Buy Promotions on Facebook. Hot lap sessions going on here tonight for the Chet Thompson Memorial Race at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. First group of BCRA midgets out there. These are what they call the self-starters. They have starters on them. Sean Arriaga down there in the 6th car, going through turns 1 and 2, first laps in a BCRA midget. Got one car not on the list, the 24 car of Cameron Beard there. It's kind of a teal color. Sean Arriaga running what's called an Echo midget. He's got about 100 horsepower less, he said. These 6S's out there. Tyler Slay out of Watsonville, California. All right, this group out there. Blake Bauer, the 10 car, going down to turn number 1. Then we fall back the 51 car, Brody Fusion. That black and green car. The 11 car comes next. 11E of Corey Elliott. The 7 car is out there. Shannon McQueen. She's talked to her at the pre-race show. She spent a lot of time racing back in the Midwest all summer long. First race back in California for 2020. She said she had a lot of fun back there in Kansas, Colorado area. 68 car of Scotty Farmer is out there. The 18 car. Floyd Alvis is there. 10 car sitting up at turn number 1. That's Blake Bauer. We talked about him. That wraps up this group for their hot lap session. Bringing out another group. Thanks for tuning into Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. If you don't have the My Race Pass app, head on over to My Race Pass in your store, whether it's Android, Apple, what have you, and pick up My Race Pass. Give you lineups, give you finishing orders. As we move forward, when we get the scoring loops in and stuff, you'll have live timing and scoring as well. $15 midgets here tonight. Two heat races coming up for the midgets. Out there right now, we got the 12 car. That's Jared Soares. Ran well last time out with these guys. The 31 car is out there as well. Kyle Bellman out of Santa Monica, 31. Getting ready to go green on these guys. Jake Andrade is out there in the 00 car. We've got the 83 car out there of Austin Liggett out of Tracy, California. The 20. Catch him back around. The 14 car, JR, 14 JR, and Matt Streeter is out there. '28 car. Colt. Rampman. Cottonwood, California. Problem of turn number 4. Getting that car pushed off. Thanks again for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com. For all the latest news, notes, schedule updates. If you click on the schedule results tab, it will take you over to My Race Pass, which is where the schedule and the results are kept. You can also get that if you have it on your phone, the app. Our Facebook page, of course, is Antioch Speedway by Promotions, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, and also AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook, AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. And, of course, mine is Antioch Speedway Announcer, Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook. And on YouTube. Sprint cars coming out. Roy Fisher, the first one out in that 21 car. DJ Johnson. Out there as well. Out comes Abigail Gonderman. Driving the 87 car tonight. The 3F. Matt Streeter doing double duty tonight. He'll be doing the wing sprint cars, and he is running the 14JR in the midgets. 50 car, Tony Bernard. Rolling out there right now. Next car out is going to be the 73 car of Keith Calvino. Young Dylan Bloomfield out there in the 33 car. He's got a brand new race car tonight. Running so well in the car he's had, they brought out a brand new race car. First time on the track with it in that white 33 car. 62, Jeremy Newberry, his first run of the year. Former NFL player for the San Francisco 49ers. Loves to run these open wheel sprint cars. Nice to have him back out tonight. Keeps himself busy, helps young men coming into the NFL. It's one of the things he does. Turning the lights out, getting ready to go wrap these cars up a little faster. That's going to do it for this group of wingless sprint cars. Got another group getting ready to come out. I want to say thanks to all our officials down there in the infield. Rich, race director, thank you very much. Bob, fabulous Bob, up on the flag stand. Thank you, Bob. Got Mike over there in turn number 2, Matt in turn 1. Gary's over there somewhere. Larry's out there. Andrew up top here doing all the scoring. Chris over in the pits running the board. Thank you very much. The DNF crew. Thanks to the DNF crew down there doing the push trucks or tow trucks. Putting all the work, volunteering their time. E up top here running the scoreboard. Lap counter. Tim behind the camera. Thank you very much, Tim. Thanks to everyone who helped put this show on. Takes a lot of people. Chad and Tina Chadwick. Promoters here at Antioch Speedway. A successful first year can, regardless, but with the fact that we haven't had fans in the stands, been phenomenal. Cars out there right now, the 48, that's Troy Ferry down the front straightaway. We got the 9 car out there, Shayna Ensign out of San Carlos, winner earlier this year here at Antioch Speedway. Then we fall back to the 5 car. Cami Costa out of Waini, Hawaii. 36, Bob Newberry's out there, the 92A of Jeff Scotto. 28S, that's Marcus Smith in the black car. Ricky Brophy in the other 28 car. I think he's not out there. I think he's going to be in the next group. Another car coming out. 6K car of Daniel Whitley out of Ferndale, California. Beautiful racetrack here tonight has become the custom here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in again. Antioch Speedway here in Antioch, California. 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval racetrack, about 40 miles outside of downtown San Francisco to the northeast. In what's called the East Bay of California. Had some smoke in the air as we came out, as I came out earlier this afternoon. Things have cleared up pretty well right now. See this blue sky up above. The sun going to set in less than an hour here in this part of California. Going to crank these cars up, give them a couple hot laps. That's going to do it for this hot lap session for this group of wingless sprint cars. .360 wingless sprint cars, spec sprints here at Antioch Speedway. Been having some awesome races with these cars. Young Dylan Bloomfield, the 14-year-old. Brought a brand new car out here tonight. Him and DJ Johnson have been battling at the top. Johnson out of Stockton, California. Into 33, DJ. That's going to do it for this hot lap session. I think we got one more, and then we're going to get ready to go racing here at Antioch Speedway. Last group of wingless sprint cars coming out for their hot lap sessions. Excuse me. Up off turn number 2. Let's see if I can see that number. There's no number on this side, so I'll fall back to the 3F of Matt Streeter. Then behind him, the 11B of Alan Miranda. Then we have the, I believe that's the 28 of Ricky Brophy. The 551 of Angelique Bell. The car behind her, I believe, the 27 of Steve Bianchi. Bianchi out of Sonora. The neat thing about Steve there in the 27 car, very first time in a race car, and he's 62 years old. Never driven a race car before, and he's out here driving a wingless sprint car. Good for him. The 3 car of Rob Fogel. 12 cars out there. Jared Soares. Lights out, going to speed them up. Our last hot lap session here live and direct from Antioch Speedway. Hobby Sox will be the first heat races coming out. One car smoking down the front straightaway in turn number 1. Just slightly coming up off turn number 4. That is 26. That's Billy Aton out here with a wingless sprint car out of Benicia. Former wing sprint car champion here at Antioch Speedway, coming out tonight for the wingless action. One car going slow down the front straightaway, the 27. That's Steve Bianchi. Just getting used to it. And again, first time in a race car here tonight. Kevin Box out there in the 2 car as well. He's here tonight, that 2 from the Delta. Couple of hot lap sessions to go with a couple midgets that need to shake things down. Got an A-Mod that came out, Frank Furtado and his A-Mod getting ready for next weekend. Big show. We got the Bill Bowers Memorial next Saturday night here at Antioch Speedway. Friday and Saturday, 2-night show. Keep an eye on the schedule on www.antiochspeedway.com. Click on results and schedule. I'll take you over to my race pass for our schedule. Next Saturday, the IMCA Modifieds, Sport Modifieds, and IMCA Stock Cars. That's right. Introducing the stock cars. You're going to be running here regular next year. We're going to introduce them next Saturday or Friday and Saturday night for the Bill Bowers Memorial Race. Catch all the action over there on Flow Racing for this special event next Saturday. The rest of the season will be back on Antioch Speedway TV, where it belongs, in my opinion. Donna Soares and Larry DeMint's Memorial on October 10th. That's also the Hall of Fame night. We are not going to have any Hall of Fame inductions. We are going to have some Hall of Fame activities associated with the night. Not going to do any inductions, being we can't have fans in the stands, can't have people here. We'll have the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, the Wingless Sprint Cars, and the Valley Four Bangers with their final race of the year. Looking to crown a champion with the Bangers, the Wingless Sprints, and the Hobby Stocks on that night. Possibly all 4 divisions. On October 17th, it's the Hobby Stock, $1,000 to win, and Super Stock Tri-State Pro Stocks. That's in 3 weeks. On October 17th, if you haven't heard yet, the Dwarf Car Mania was swapped with the Hobby Stock race. Dwarf Car Mania originally the 16th and 17th of October. Due to scheduling conflicts, we did swap the Hobby Stocks, move them from the 24th to the 17th. Put the Dwarf Car Mania 2-night show on October 23rd and 24th. When the sprint cars will join the Dwarf Car Mania on night number 2 on the 24th. On October 31st, it is a Halloween night. Candy for the kids on that night. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, Super Stocks, and the Wingless Sprint Cars will be here. Then we take 3 weeks off and go racing again on November 27th. Friday night and Saturday, November 28th, we'll call it the Turkey Night. Turkey Night 1 and Turkey Night 2. On the Friday night, we'll have the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the Wingless Sprints, and the Wing Sprint Cars. And on November 28th, the Turkey Night 2, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sport Mods, and the Hobby Stocks on night 2. And that'll round out our 2020 season. Coming up to an end here real quick. Frank Furtado taking some hot laps in his 164, the IMCA Modified. White flag coming out for Frank in his hot lap session here. I believe we have a dwarf car getting ready to come out, and then we will get into the racing here tonight. I want to say thanks to our sponsors. Oh, Frank Furtado has some broken stuff. Not what he wanted to see. Pro Motorsports, official sponsor here at Antioch Speedway, official parts supplier over there at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Pro Motorsports, give me a call, 925-779-0707. Co-sponsor of the mini stocks. We're changing the name of the four bangers to mini stocks. Polar Bear rolled ice cream at 2581 Main Street in Oakley. Head on over there for some awesome ice cream. It's Polar Bear rolled ice cream. Again, 2581 Main Street in Oakley. The other co-sponsor for the mini stocks is Quality Aero Maintenance at 23987 California 99, Acampo, California. Give Bob a call at 209-366-1040. That's 209-366-1040. Quality Aero Maintenance. Sponsor of the Hobby Stock Division is Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabrication. He's located up there in Sacramento. You can give Jay a call at 916-203-8082, 916-203-8082. Sponsor for the IMCA stock cars next weekend is 1 Hour Drain, the plumbing rooter specialist out of San Jose, the 1260 yard court in San Jose. Their number is 888-603-6886. That's 888-603-6886. And of course, I want to say a very special thanks to Rick and Farron Stites Diaz from Stites Towing. They sponsored the Big Kahuna Stites Freedom Series 3-race event. Stites Towing located at 2925 East Pacheco Boulevard down in Los Banos, California. Give them a call, 209-826-4594. Special thanks to Delta Transmission. They do foreign, they do domestic, they do standard and auto. They do rear differentials, transfer cases, and they're located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. And their number is 925-754-1870. Delta Transmission, an awesome supporter of racing, race teams, and the racetrack, thanks to the NIS family. Got David Michael Rosen shaking down his two-car, the Delta Dwarf cars, the 99 BCRA Midget coming out. That is Robert Carson. Actually, he's going to go straight on through. Give David Michael Rosen a couple more laps, and then we're going to go racing. Next, we got hard tops to go. David Michael Rosen, the Delta Dwarf car, number 2, Double D. Getting ready for the big show coming up. He's not up in Marysville this weekend. They got a big national event up in Marysville. Don't forget, we did start a pre-race show, Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show. That'll be every race day at 3 p.m. on Facebook. It'll be Facebook Live pre-race show. You can catch it on Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Antioch Speedway by Promotions had a bunch of drivers come through today. You can, if you missed it, you can go back and watch it. It is there on Antioch Speedway by Promotions and should end up on AntiochSpeedway.tv as well.
Blake Bauer in the 10 BCRA midget out there out of Brentwood, California. Hood came up.
Back one more hot lap session. We got Tommy Thompson, 39 car, getting ready to come out. Thanks again for tuning in to AntiochSpeedway.tv for all the racing action live and direct from Antioch Speedway here in Antioch, California. Heat race number 1 rolling off. We're going hard top racing to kick things off for the Chet Thompson Memorial Race. Starting lineup for heat race number 1 for the hard tops. Scheduled to start on the points out of Concord, California in the 13 car. It's Matt Taylor outside the front row of the 16 car. Joel Hannigan in a 34 Ford Junkyard Dog hardtop. Ray's Crazy sponsorship on that car. The 121 Gary Hildebrandt out of Turlock, California with the Rusty Roost Garage in Houston. Sponsorship on that car. Outside row number 2, the 45T of Dave Reed out of West Sacramento in a 1938 Pontiac. In the third and final row, the 100 car, that's the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Aretta driving a 1940 Ford Coupe with the Bailey Brothers, Vallejo Masonry sponsorship. And at the back of the pack on the outside, the 39, Tommy Thompson, the Green Hornet out of San Leandro, California with a 37 Chevy. Jim Temple Bail Bonds, Road Bear Row, and Pete Paulson sponsorship on the 39 car. Six-lap heat race. 2 heat races for the hard tops. Got Nick's muffler and repair on that 39 car as well. Tommy getting the black flag. Lights out to go on green flag racing. '13 car, Matt Taylor. Bought that car from the DeCarlos, I do believe. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. The 16 car of Joel Hannigan out on the points. Restart flag. Lights out, let's try it again. 13 car Matt Taylor on the point. He's got Joel Hannigan, winner last time out back on August 1st for the Vintage Hard Tops. He took home heat race number 1 and the main event that night. Coming around green zone
Green flag in the air. Hannigan in that 16 car. Talked to him at our pre-race show. Looking to make it 2 in a row. That car almost noses into the wall. He got all kinds of sideways coming up off turn number 2. Catches it, but that puts Matt Taylor in that 13 car back up on the points. Looking to the inside goes Hannigan. Inside Taylor. Makes a move coming up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Hannigan back on the points. Here comes Kimo Arata. He goes flying around Taylor on the outside through turn number 4. He catches that 16 car of Joel Hannigan, but now that car pushes up the hill big time. He loses about 4 car lengths coming up off turn number 2. Dave Reed in that 45T at the back of the pack. Almost into the fence off turn number 2. Up front, Joel Hannigan. He's got about a car length over Kimo Arata. Kimo, just that car not turning in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And he loses ground. He has a good run down the straightaway. Good entrance to the turn. Good through turns 3 and 4. Having trouble at the south end of the racetrack. 2 to go. Hannigan still on the point. Kimo Arata second. Matt Taylor third. Gary Hildebrand in the 4th spot. In 5th is the 45T of Dave Reed. Reed looking to the inside. Coming around to the white flag. Reed catches it. One more time around. Joel Hannigan, 2 car lengths over Kimo Arata. Again, Kimo just cannot get through the turns 1 and 2 with that race car. He loses a lot of ground. He's faster than Hannigan through the rest of the racetrack. Checkered flag in the air. Joel Hannigan with the win. Kimo Arata second. Matt Taylor in the 3rd spot. 4th is going to be the Gary Hildebrand car. And 5th will be Dave Reed. 1771 on the stopwatch, 76.228 miles an hour last time by. Welcome, Facebook fans. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway by Promotions, AntiochSpeedway.tv. We're live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. If you want to see all of tonight's racing action, head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and register. And you can watch all the flag-to-flag coverage from racing here at Antioch Speedway. Tonight, we have got a full boat of racing for you for the vintage hard tops, BCRA midgets, the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and the wingless sprint cars are all here tonight. Heat race number 2 for the hard tops coming out. It is the the Chet Thompson Memorial Races here tonight. Heat race number 2, Dave Mackey out of Antioch, California, driving a 37 Ford Coupe, a Jim Perry race engine, Gary's Towing and Transport, Extreme Racing Products, BRG Paving, Pelton Technology sponsorship on that car. Outside the front row, it's Jerry Cecil. A very cool car, a replica of the car he used to race back in the late 60s and early 70s. Row 2, Jason Armstrong, the 26 car out of El Dorado, California, driving a 1940 Pontiac. Outside of him, Rick Elliott in the 82 car. And at the back of the pack, Ronnie Ruiz out of West Sacramento in the 56 car. Driving a 1935 Chevy sedan. 1 to go signal at the line. So Jerry Cecil falls to the back of the pack. This is one of the Central Valley cars. Notice it's skinny, as is the 82 car. Came up to run with the hard tops here tonight. Lights out, going green flag race, and next time by. Dave Mackey down on the inside, hits tire on the low side, but on the high side. That's where our leader sits. You have a late entry. Trying to figure out who's in the 27 car. Might be the Rocket Man. Find out on that. The 82 car right now at the line of Rick Elliott. On the point. 26 of Jason Armstrong. second spot. Dave Mackey there in the third spot. Coming around, going to be halfway done this time by. '82 car setting it sideways down at turn number 4. Up off 4 at the line, 2 to go. Off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3 they go. The 26 car, Jason Armstrong, about 4 car lengths back from our leader of Rick Elliott in that 82 car. White flag is out one more time around for the hard tops. Heat race number 2. Jerry Cecil making his return to Antioch Speedway in that 1 car. Checkered flag in the air, the 82 of Rick Elliott takes the win. Jason Armstrong second, Dave Mackey third. Fourth is going to be Ronnie Ruiz. Fifth will be Jerry Cecil. It's going to do it for our heat races. For the hard tops. Going hobby stock racing now. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks up next. Heat race number 1. Starting lineup looks like this on the point. Out of Pittsburgh, California, Hot Shots Motorsport Photography, Big D's Garage Doors, Chad Hammer Race Engines, Ryland Racing, DeCarlo Racing Products, Delta Graphics. Sponsorship for James Thompson, our points leader, although tonight is not a points night. Outside the front row, it's the 16B of Devin Vaughn out of Antioch, California. Row 2, the 29 car, that's Jake Benecourt. Out of Brentwood, California, Benecourt Brothers Construction, East-West Renewable sponsorship on that car. Outside of him, the 02 Albert Bollinger, Delta Calls, Waterfowl Calls, and Geo Racing sponsorship. He's out of Fairfield, California. Row 3, the 24M, Larry McKenzie. Out of Discovery Bay, Delta Transmission, and VictorGraphics.net sponsorship on the 24M. Outside of him, the 89 car, that's Brian Lloyd. He's out of Orville, California, driving a Trans Am, a 79 Trans Am, sponsored by his dad. At the back of the pack, Angela Brown, out of Antioch, California, in the LB Vinyl sponsored race car. Had her on our pre-race show. That is your lineup for heat race number 1. A little packing at the top right now. Again, welcome. If you're watching on Facebook, you can see all the racing action tonight on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Head on over. That is the place to be for all the flag-to-flag coverage for tonight's racing action is on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Lights out, going green flag racing. Next time by Fabulous Bob. Turning the lights out. James Thompson in the 18T has control of the field. Non-points race tonight, 300 to win. Given to folks who didn't want to go down or couldn't go down to the pennant, but opportunity to race here tonight for the Hobby Stocks. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Coming around, green flag in the air. Devin Vaughn on the high side had a good run up off turn number 4. He gets down to turn number 1 with a slight advantage. Thompson on the inside has to fall in line on the exit of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway. Thompson now crosses over, gets underneath Vaughn. He gets a little squirrely through turn number 4 and loses a car length. Devin Vaughn, our leader, coming up off turn number 2. Lap 2, 8-lap heat race. Third is Jake Betancourt. Fourth is the Brian Lloyd car. Fifth, Larry McKenzie. Sixth, Angela Brown. Seventh is Albert Bellinger. Eighth is the 2 car of Steve Torres. Started at the back of the pack in that 2 car. Salida, California is where Steve Torres is from. Lap 3 in the books, 5 to go in this 8-lap heat race. Thompson still right about 3 car lengths behind our leader, Devin Vaughn, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Battle, though, up is for the 4th spot right now off turn number 2. Down the back stretch, side by side, Larry McKenzie on the high side. On the low side, Brian Lloyd on the high side. And Angela Brown is right there as they come off turn number 4. Down to turn number 1. Lloyd now has it. McKenzie drops back a spot. Angela Brown setting her sights on him as that battle goes into turn number 3. Up front, our leader, Devin Vaughn, coming up off turn number 2. He's got Steve Torres in front of him. James Thompson able to cut a couple car lengths since the last time we looked in on them. Into turn number 3, Steve Torres may play a part in this. He comes across the nose of the leader. Vaughn has to get out of the gas. Thompson drives around the high side. Put James Thompson on the point. Our former leader, Devin Vaughn, having trouble in turn number 1. He gets all kinds of sideways. He's going to lose another spot to Jake Betancourt. White flag in the air. One more time around for James Thompson. Gets down to turn number 1, down on the low side of Albert Bellinger in that 02 car. Bellinger only his 2nd time out, I believe, in that 02 car, relative of the Arenas. Coming up off turn number 4, James Thompson in the 18T started on the point, lost the lead on the start, grabs the win. 2nd place is going to be Betancourt, the 29 car. 3rd will be the '16 car of Devin Vaughn. 4th, going to be the 89, Brian Lloyd, and 5th will be Larry McKenzie. Thompson with the win. 1840 on the stopwatch, 73.370 miles an hour for that last lap. Heat race number 2 getting ready to roll off for the Jays Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Looks like this on the point. Out of Antioch, California, Norman's Auto Machine, Quick Stop Gas Station, J&S Auto Glass, Honorable Rodent Solutions, and Hagen's Manufacturing. It's the 32 car of Ken Johns out of Antioch, California. Outside the front row, the 33 car out of Brentwood, California with Brentwood Auto Parts, Ryland Racing, Aerial Control, LB Graphics. Sponsorship on the 33 for Bad Brad Myers. Row 2, the 44G out of Antioch, Freedom Alarm, All Bay Answering Service sponsorship for James Gracely in that 44G. In the 4th starting spot outside row 2 in the 78 car out of Rio Vista, it's Favorla Trucking and Mama Bear Child Care sponsorship for Jason Robles. Inside row 3, it is the 03 out of Vacaville, Hot Shots Motorsports Photography, D&D Rears and Gears, Delta Calls Waterfowls, Geo Racing, and Maloney's Auto Repair for the 03 of Philip Aretta. Outside of row 3 out of Antioch, California, Squirrel Level Plum Control, Lucky Dog Racing League, DeCarlo's Auto Repair, Delta Graphics, Delta Transmission, DeCarlo's Racing Products. It's the 16 car of Rocky Adam Kajala. At the back of the pack, her first start in this car out of Castro Valley, it's Mass Meals, Anthony's Garage, Schaefer's Off-Road, TFK's. The 75 car of Misty Wellborn. Again, if you're watching on Facebook, enjoy the look in. We will be cutting away in just a little bit. If you want to see tonight's action, head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv in your address bar and subscribe for tonight's racing action. Lights out, going green flag racing. Next time by. Ken Johns has control of the field in that 32 car. Bringing him around nice and slow. Comes to the go zone there in turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Ken Johns down the front straightaway into turn number 1 first. Bad Brad Myers there in second. But here comes the 78 of Jason Robles. He cuts to the inside, gets around the 33 up to the 2nd spot Sets his sight on the 32, but here comes Bad Brad Myers down on the inside. He crossed over down the back straightaway. Getting underneath Jason Robles. Nothing doing. Robles holds on to that second spot. Ken Johns, Jason Robles, Bad Brad Myers, top three. James Gracely, Rocky Kajala, Philip Aretta, and Misty Wellborn is your running order. Up off the line, 2 down, 6 to go. Battle for the lead up off turn number 2. Jason Robles looks to the inside. Kent Johns shuts the door down the back straightaway. Coming around, lap number 3 in the books, 5 laps to go in this 8-lap heat race. Ken Johns, Jason Robles, Brad Myers, James Gracely, Adam Kajala, Philip Aretta, Misty Wellborn. That's your running order. Crossing the line, halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. Jason Robles pushes up the hill big time in turn number 2. Lost a lot of ground right there. Ken Johns pushes up in turn number 4. He's got a good lead coming up off 4. He's 3/4 of a straightaway lead right now. Brad Myers catching up with Jason Robles. Battle for second into turn number 1. Bad Myers down on the low side. Jason Robles on the high side. They touch coming up off turn number 2. Robles gets a better run, but here comes Myers down on the inside. Not able to make a move. 2 to go as the leader crosses the line. Myers pushes up the hill. Into the wall on the front straightaway goes the 33 car. Keeps on going. Here comes that 16 car. He gets around James Gracely. Put the Rocky Kajala up into the 4th spot. White flag in the air. One more time around. Ken Johns at the line. With a 19.12 on the stopwatch, 70.607 miles an hour that time. Jason Robles in second. Brad Myers in third. Rocky Kajala 4th. 5th, James Gracely 6th. Philip Aretta 7th. Misty Wellborn coming up off turn number 4. Our leader, Ken Johns. Checkered flag in the air. Ken Johns with the win. Jason Robles in second. Battle for third. It is going to be Brad Myers in third. 4th will be Rocky Kajala. 5th, James Gracely. 6th, Philip Aretta. And 7th, Misty Wellborn. Ken Johns leading flag to flag on that one. 19.03 on the stopwatch. 70.941 that last time by. Good run for Ken in that 32 car. It's going to do it for our heat races for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Up next, we're going BCRA Midget Racing is up next. Midgets, starting lineup, looking like this. Heat race number 1. On the point, the number 51 car. Out of Bakersfield, California. Race BA Motorsports, WE, Blake Bacco, PD Machines, SoCal Automotive, John Goldman, and Bob Park sponsorship on this car for Brody Fusion. Outside the front row, it's a 17 car of Nick Foster. He's out of Indiana. And Mike McCurry, sponsorship on that car. Row 2 on the inside, it is the 6S car of Tyler Slay out of Watsonville, California. Mike McCurry, Slay Racing Engine, and CPT Cryo sponsorship on that car. Outside row number 2, it is the 7 car, Shannon McQueen out of Bakersfield, California. Had a good interview with her on the pre-race show. She spent her summer back in the Midwest racing. This is her first race in California for the year. Lucas Oil Products, Simpson Racing Products, Walker Filters, TIDA, Short Track Insurance Drivers Association, West Evan Motorsports, DMI, MPI, FK Shocks, Sure Built Suspension, and Roof Bolt Express sponsorship on this race car. She's a certified public accountant. She allowed her to race wherever. She was able to go back and do her job from the Midwest. She started racing at age 6. First female to win the USAC Western States Midget Race in 2007, 2011 BCRA Dirt Series champion, and the 2012 USAC Western Series champion. That is Shannon McQueen in that 4 starting spot. 5th, it is the 10 car. Blake Bauer out of Brentwood, California. Bay Muffler sponsorship. And Oakland Public Auction sponsorship on that car. Outside the 3rd row, the 99, that's Robert Carson. He is out of Concord, California. Local guy with S&S Automotive, LOK Enterprises, Finish Logic, West Evans Motorsports. Santo Marino Race Products sponsorship. As a rookie in the 2019 BRC, he won the BCRA championship. He's the son of Glenn Carson, a 3-time 92, 93, and 2000 BCRA champion, and grandson of Howard Seeger, longtime BCRA racer. In the inside of row number 4 is a 24 car. That is Cameron Beard out of Atwater, California, with Powered Concrete sponsorship on that car. In the 8th starting spot, 31K, Kyle Bielman out of Santa Monica, California. Dave.com, Walt Johnson Motorsports, an Extreme Muffler sponsorship on that car. At the back of the pack, the 68 car of Scotty Farmer out of Brisbane, Australia. He wins the farthest traveled for racing. Maxwell Industries, Singer Engineering, CSI Shocks, Rod End Supply, and Extreme Muffler sponsorship. A native of New Zealand, Scotty started his racing career in Australia before he came to the USA in 2016. He's a second-generation racer. He did start racing in karts. Again, if you're watching on Facebook, we're about to close out to get another late race in here. Getting ready to bail out. We're going to do one more race for you on Facebook Live, and then we're going to have to cut her off. And if you want to see more racing, get on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv. But the BCRA midget's getting pushed off. We do have a regular Antioch Speedway competitor here tonight as well, racing one of these. So I'll tell you about him in race number 2. Sean Arriaga is getting his first opportunity to race in a midget car. Never raced anything like this. Getting excited. He's actually in what's called an Echo Midget, kind of 2 divisions here tonight. The Echo Midgets is a new division. They're trying to get it built up. A little less horsepower, but he said these engines, in the Echo Midgets come out of like the Chevy Cobalt or the Chevy HHR. But still, the normal ones have about 400 horsepower, 1,000 pounds with the driver. These cars are going to be fast. Smaller footprint than the Spec Sprint he's used to driving. And I have an interview with Sean Arriaga coming up on this week's edition of Wiley's Race Report. That'll come out on Wednesday. Around 7 o'clock is when that gets released on Antioch Speedway announcer on YouTube first, and then rolls out to the Facebook page, Antioch Speedway announcer on Facebook, and also Antioch Speedway by promotions and AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. Wednesdays at 7 o'clock during the season. A lot of good episodes. If you haven't had a chance, go back and look at some of them. That's highly recommended. I'm biased, I know, but that's okay. Get these cars lined up. Again, Brody Fusion on the point. Nick Foster second. Third, Tyler Slay in the 6S. 7th, Shannon McQueen. 8th, I'm sorry, in the 4th spot. 5th, Blake Bauer in the 10 car. 6th, the 99, Robert Carson. 7th, 24 of Cameron Beard. 8th, the 31K of Kyle Bielman. And 9th, 68 of Scotty Farmer. BCRA Midgets getting ready to hit the racetrack here tonight for heat race number 1. Curious to see what kind of speeds these cars pull. The Winger Sprint cars will pull low 90s, low to mid 90s on a good night. Thinking these cars might be close to that, pushing 90 anyway. We'll find out here as give them the 1 to go, and we'll go racing next time by. Again, if you're on Facebook, this will be the last race before we have to turn off the Facebook Live, but you can head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for the rest of tonight's racing action. Coming up off turn number 2, Brody Fusion has control of the field down the back straightaway in that 51 car. Lights out. Green flag in the air. And Fabulous Bob's going to call that one back. Red and yellow flag is out. Not a starting to his like. Show him the red and yellow flag. It's the restart flag. Get him lined back up. Lineup is set. Give him the 1 to go signal. Magic green flag in the air. What's it magic? Why is it magic? Well, next time around, they suddenly mash that go fast pedal. Going green this time by. If you haven't got My Race Pass, go pick it up in your app store. Go to the website, see all the results and stuff. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. It is Brody Fusion on the point, down the backstretch into turn number 3. He slides up. Nick Foster has to get out of the gas just a little bit. Shannon McQueen, she's up to second spot now. She gets around Foster down the back straightaway. She sets her sights on our leader, Brody Fusion, in that 51 car. Up off turn number 2. 14:56 on the stopwatch, 92.720 miles an hour. Fast racetrack here tonight. Fusion gets a little bit loose in turn number 4, loosens a couple car lengths to Shannon McQueen. She looks low, going down the front straightaway into turn number 1, up off turn number 2, down the backstretch. That third spot is a 17 of Nick Foster. One car smoking into turn number 3. Smoke goes away as it gets back on the gas. Back up front, we got a battle for the lead, down the backstretch. McQueen into turn number 1. She looks low underneath Fusion. She has to cross over to go high. She had to get off the brakes as Fusion had trouble in turn 3. Here she comes looking low once again. Yellow flag is out. Four down, 4 to go. Not sure what the yellow flag is for. Here might be a problem with the 31 of Kyle Bielman. Lineup is set. 4 laps in, 4 to go. BCRA Midgets. Last lap, a 14:39 on the stopwatch, 93.815 miles an hour. Single file restart, just like a normal sprint car race. He's got the cone down on the front straightaway right below Fabulous Bob. That means you cannot pull out the pass or hit that cone. If you hit that cone, go below that cone. Before you pass it, so you will be penalized. The next flag. Green flag back in the air. Fusion on the point. Shannon McQueen right on his bumper into turn number 3. Got about a car length back up off turn number 4. 3 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race. Here comes Shannon McQueen underneath. Fusion has trouble. He crosses over down the back straightaway. Takes back the lead. Here comes Shannon McQueen. She goes back under. Nothing doing. Brody Fusion slipped up in turn number 1. McQueen took advantage of it, but Fusion crossed right back over and took back the lead down into turn number 3. White flag this time by Brody Fusion up off turn number 4. He's got about 5 car lengths into turn number 1. McQueen falling slightly back into the hands of the 68 car of Scotty Farmer. Up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. It is a 51, 768, 17. So 51, Brody Fusion with the win. 7 car of Shannon McQueen second. 68 car, that's Scotty Farmer in the 3rd spot. Heat race number 1 for the BCRA Midgets in the books, with Brody Fusion taking the win. Heat race number 2 coming out this way. On the point out of Tracy, California, it's the 83 car. With Excel Environmental Service sponsorship of Austin Liggett. Outside the front row, the 12 car. Jared Soares. Out of Sacramento, California, CNH Veteran Enterprises sponsorship on that car. Sean Arriaga, our local guy, out there in the 6th car. He starts in the 3rd spot. Mike McCurry sponsorship on that car. The 14 JR is the outside of row number 2 in that 4th starting spot. S&S Automotive sponsorship on that for Matt Streeter. In the 5th starting spot, the 00 of Jake Andrade out of Castro Valley with Hothead Competition Engine Heaters, Can-Am Filter, and Simpson Race Products sponsorship on that car. 6th, Floyd Avis out of San Carlos with the Champions Automotive Incorporated sponsorship on that car. The last row, the 21 car, Ben Wise, All-Star Power Coating. Ren Racing, Jim Richardson, the heater guy sponsorship. He's out of Colfax, California. And then the 11E. At the back of the pack of Corey Elliott with Capital Excavating, FS Shocks sponsorship on that car. Going to say goodbye to our Facebook friends. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you want to see the more racing action here tonight, get on over to Antioch Speedway TV. And you can sign up and see the rest of the action live and direct from Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget this upcoming Friday and Saturday, the Bill Bowers Memorial pre-race show, 3 o'clock both days. Thanks again for tuning in to Antioch Speedway by Promotions and AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. With that, heat race number 2 for the BCRA Midgets here on Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks for tuning in once again. Austin Leggett has control of the field. He's going to start us off. Give him the 1 to go signal. Once we get him lined up, looks like we may give him another time around. Sean Arriaga inside row 2. His first time in a midget car. He has sold his wing sprint car and is just going to do spec sprint racing. You can find out more. Tune into Wiley's Race Reports. Coming up this week, he was my interview for this week. Got one car that didn't announce a 28 car of Colton Rampman, maybe. We had been told he's scratched, but he is out there. Green flag in the air. They touch. The 28 car touches the back of Jared Soares. Gets sideways. He gets straight down. We stand under the green flag. Down the front straightaway into turn number one. One down, 7 to go. Jared Soares in that 12 car. One last time out here at Antioch Speedway when the BCRA midget cars were here earlier this year. 0-0 of Jake Andrade on in the second spot. Pass for third place. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. The 11 of Corey Elliott takes that third place away from the 28 of Colton out of Cottonwood, California. Colton falling back. Got to wonder if that car suffered a little damage when he got together over there in turn number 3 on the first lap. BCRA midgets in action here at Antioch Speedway. Jared Soares at the line. 14:55 on the stopwatch. Jake Andrade second, but he's got a battle on his hands. Corey Elliott to the outside. Elliott crosses over, coming down the back straightaway on the inside, side by side into turn number 3. Battle for second up off turn number 4. 2 laps to go. Elliott just couldn't complete the pass in Andrade. White flag coming out this time by for Jared Soares. Fabulous bob with that white flag in the air. One more time around. At the line, it's still Andrade in second. Elliott in third. Up off turn number 2. Down the backstretch into turn number 4. Our winner is going to be the 12th car of Soares. Second is Jake Andrade. Third is going to be Corey Elliott. Fourth is the 83 car of Austin Liggett. Fifth is a 28 of Colton. Find out his last name for you. That's your top 5. Jared Soares, fast. Sprint cars coming up next. 4 heat races for the spec sprints here tonight. Winging the sprint cars, heat race number 1. Looks like this. We'll have a B main for the wingless sprint cars tonight. On the points, the 3F out of Thornton, California, Western Industrial X-Ray sponsorship on the Matt Streeter car. 3F of Matt Streeter. Outside the front row, 92A of Jeff Scotto out of Brentwood, Power Source Electrical Contractors, All-Pro Glass, Pantel Music Box in downtown Antioch since 1953. Deer Valley Chiropractic with Dr. Rick Harris. American Custom Motorcycle Parts and Sarah Pointer Photography sponsorship on the 92A. Inside row 2, the 33 DJ of DJ Johnson. David Johnson out of Stockton, California. Allstead Real Estate Team at Keller Williams Real Estate. Bill's Tire Service off Pacheco and Shaw Motorsports. And engine tuning by Bob. In the 4th starting spot, it's the 3E of Jeff Ensign out of Sebastopol, California. In the 5th starting spot, the 48 car out of Antioch, Troy Ferry Trucking. Uncle Sam, S&S Automotive, Bunker Motorsports, and himself. That's Troy Ferry in the 48 car. In the 5 car out of Waini, Hawaii, it's Rex Hexerson Racing Engine sponsored 5 car of Cami Costa. And in the 7th and final starting spot, the 50 car out of Santa Rosa, TK Mobile sponsored Tony Bernard in that 50 car. Your starting lineup for the heat race number 1, Econo 360 wingless sprint cars. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday for racing live and direct from Antioch, California, right here on Antioch Speedway TV. Get the first 2 heat races pushed out, one on the racetrack, the other one to the infield to help speed things up. Keep an eye on our Facebook at Antioch Speedway by Promotions and AntiochSpeedway.tv for all the latest and greatest. We do have racing every weekend through the last Saturday, 31st of October. And we're going to take some time off, 3 weeks off, I do believe. We 3 weeks off, the 7th, 14th, and 21st of November, and then we come back on the 27th and 28th of November, Turkey weekend for Turkey Night number 1 and Turkey Night number 2. Turkey Night number 1 will be the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, the wingless sprint cars and the wing sprint cars. And Turkey Night number 2 on the 28th, it'll be the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks and the IMCA Modifieds and IMCA Sport Modifieds. Working on getting the four-wheelers off the racetrack out of the infield so we can start pushing off the race cars. Again, heat race number 1, Matt Streeter, Jeff Scotto on the front row. Row 2, DJ Johnson and Jeff Ensign. Good to see Jeff back in the race car. He got injured and missed a bunch of time. Row 3, Troy Ferry and Cami Costa. And row 4 is Tony Bernard. Four heat races for the wingless sprint cars, 8 laps. Top 3 transfer to the A main. Good field of race cars here tonight for the wingless sprint cars. DNF crew getting them pushed off. Live racing action from Antioch Speedway in Antioch, California here. I'm Wiley Wade. My normal broadcast partner, Joe Peterson, not here tonight. Next week, we're over on Flow Racing. We'll have Chet doing the announcing next Saturday, Friday and Saturday. I'll be down in the infield helping out however I can. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and IMCA Stock Cars making their Antioch Speedway debut here tonight, next weekend. Got one too many cars out there getting the 27 car into the infield. He's in heat number 2. Get these cars warmed up, lined up, and we'll go sprint car racing. Of course, let's see, you've been running 92, 93 miles an hour for the midgets. Looking for 94, 95. Get the 27 out of the way, and then we'll get them lined up. Spec sprints. Wingless sprint cars here at Antioch Speedway. 4 heat races coming up tonight. Matt Streeter, winner last time out 2 weeks ago in that 3F car. Trying to make it 2 in a row here tonight. Lights out, going green flag racing next time by. Green flag in the air. Matt Streeter on that high side off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Streeter on the point. DJ Johnson in the second spot. And then the Ensign car in the third spot. One car almost into the wall, saves it off turn number 2. That's the 5 of Cami Costa, falls back in line. That lap of 14:08 on his stopwatch, 95.881 miles an hour. Matt Streeter, DJ Johnson, Jeff Ensign. Jeff Scotto, smoke coming out of that car going down when he got off the gas, going down the back straightaway. More smoke coming out of the 92 way. He's in the 4th spot. 5th, Tony Bernard. 6th is I believe that's the Cami Costa car. Top 3 advance ups are the 48 of Troy Ferry and then the Cami Costa car. So your top 3 transfer spots right now is Matt Streeter, DJ Johnson, and Jeff Ensign. And the Jeff Ensign and Matt Streeter cars look identical other than the 3E and 3F. White flag coming out this time by. One more time around, DJ Johnson is there. Looks underneath. Matt Streeter side by side coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. DJ Johnson has him by about a wheel. Here comes Streeter up off the high side. Down turn 4, off 4. Give it to DJ Johnson. Streeter back to 2nd. Jeff Ensign in that 3rd spot. 4th, Jeff Scotto. 5th is going to be Tony Bernard. But our transfer cars, DJ Johnson, Jeff Scotto, and Jeff Ensign all heading to the main event. DJ Johnson pulling out the win on the last lap for heat race number 1. Heat race number 2, here's your starting lineup. On the point, the 12 car out of Gilroy, California, C&H Veteran Enterprises, Bennick Enterprises and Hunt Magnetos, the 12 car of Jared Soares. Outside the front row, the 2 car of Kevin Box. He lives up on the Delta, Norm's Auto Machine. And Jerry Caesar Enterprises sponsorship on that car. Row 3, Bob Newberry. Row 2 on the inside in the 3rd starting spot, Bob Newberry out of Oakley. Air One Heating and Air Conditioning, Oakland Collision Center, Wayne Swisher Cement. Delta RC Raceway Hobbies, Scott Martin Racing. Rick Specialty Powder Coating and Linex Custom sponsorship on that car. In the 4th starting spot, Jeremy Newberry. Cousins racing side by side there out of Brentwood. Sizemore Construction, Newberry State Vineyards. Sponsorship on the 62 car. In the inside row 3, out of Antioch, California, Abigail Gonderman. Mom and Dad, Hot Shots Motorsports Photography on that car. To her outside, the 21 car, that's Roy Fisher out of Antioch, Patricia Fisher, Rick McCaws, and PBS Bushing sponsorship on that car. Back of the pack, it's 27 car. It's Steve Bianchi out of Sonora, California. He's 62 years old, and this is his first career race with Richard Hamilton crew chiefing on that car. All right, we got the lineup. Going to get them lined up, get them set. Heat race number 2, wingless sprint cars. 8 laps, top 3. Transferred directly to the main event. So Jared Soares not making the call yet, and Bob Newberry not out there. So that's going to move Abigail Gonderman up to the point. Still looking for the 12 and 36. Going to move Roy Fisher up to the inside. Work on getting him up to the inside anyway. All right, lights out, going green flag racing this time. Abigail Gonderman with control of the field. Green flag in the air. Kevin Box down to turn number 1 first. Jeremy Newberry falls in line in second. Roy Fisher in the 3rd spot. Gonderman falls back to the 4th spot. And back there in the 5th spot is Bianchi. 1 down, 7 to go. Kevin Box with the lead. Up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. He's got about 5 car lengths over Jeremy Newberry. He's got about 4 over Roy Fisher. Coming up off turn number 4. Fisher, Newberry. Both in transfer spots along with Box. Abigail Gonderman just outside the final transfer spot. We will have a B main coming up. 25 Wingland Sprint cars here tonight. Kevin Box down the back straightaway. Still about 3 car lengths over Jeremy Newberry into turn number 3. Newberry pushing in a little bit that time, trying to catch up, pushes up the hill. We're 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway done in this 8-lap heat race. Our transfer car still Kevin Box, Jeremy Newberry, Roy Fisher. Just outside is Abigail Gonderman. And at the back of the pack, Steve Miyake in that 27 car. 14.96 that last time by for Kevin Box. 2 to go. Kevin Box coming up on the slower car. Miyake. Up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3. This lapped car, slower car, may play a part in this. We'll find out. White flag in here. One more time around. Jeremy Newberry looking at the inside of Kevin Box, but that slower car. Miyake there. He goes to the inside of Miyake. Does Newberry. Down to turn number 3. Fisher goes to the high side. Checkered flag in the air. Kevin Box with the win. Jeremy Newberry 2nd. Roy Fisher in the 3rd spot. 4th is going to be Abigail Gonderman. Then 5th will be Steve Miyake. Last lap of 14.96. 90.241 miles an hour. That last lap. Our transfer cars, Kevin Box. Jeremy Newberry and Roy Fisher. So there was an officiating error, and Jared Soares will be in the 3rd heat race. He'll start at the back of the pack in heat race number 3, the 12 car. Getting these we're working on getting these three cars off the racetrack. There we go. Heat race number 3 going to roll out. They're going to roll out heats 3 and 4. Put the heat 4 on the infield. Top 3 transfer still. 8 laps.
Rolling out the next set of cars. Getting all these cars. Here's our heat race number 3. Angelique Bell out of Rio Linda, California is on the point with a dad sponsorship on that car. Outside the front row, it's the 28S of Marcus Smith out of Manteca, California. He's got BCI General Contractors and Phillip Brothers Fabrication sponsorship. Row 2, the 77 of Ryan Silverling out of Concord, California. Ali Sharini, DDS, the Car Doctor and Underground Barbecue sponsorship on that car. Shayna Ensign, winner earlier this year here at Antioch Speedway, and the 9 car is in the 4 starting spot. With Golden Touch Handyman Service, Dodd Priority, and SD Flooring, Pit Stop USA sponsorship on that car. Billy Aton inside row number 3. Taking the wing off and going wingless sprint car racing. Billy Aton Painting, DNH Construction Services, MTFX Graphics sponsorship on the 26 car. And in the 6th spot, the 11B of Alan Miranda out of Vacaville, California. 11 Bravo Motorsports, TOE Performance, Atomic Designs, All-American Powder Coating sponsorship on the 11B. And at the back of the pack, the 12 car of Jared Soares out of Gilroy, California. CNH Veteran Enterprises, Bennick Enterprises, and Hunt Magneto sponsorship on that 12 car for Jared Soares. Got that situation from Jared Soares resolved. Got him into this heat race. Doing double duty as he is tonight. Getting these cars pushed off, getting ready to go green flag racing. For heat race number 3 for the wingless sprint cars here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Don't forget next Saturday, Friday and Saturday, it is a special event and it'll be on Flow Racing. Last race, excuse me, last race of the year that won't be on Antioch Speedway TV. Getting it crossed up, we're going to go racing next time by. Get them all crossed up. Lights out, going green flag racing. Fabulous Bob on the flag stand. Bringing him around, nice and not slow, is Angelique Bell. Sponsor, green flag in the air. Bell down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Marcus Smith falls in line in second. Coming up off turn number 4. Shayna Ensign in that 3rd spot. We got a battle for second. Marcus Smith losing that 2nd spot to Shayna Ensign. She sets her sights now on Angelique Bell. But they get on the front straightaway into turn number 1. Here comes Billy Aton in that 4th spot. He's just outside the final transfer spot. He's trying to get around the Marcus Smith car. That battle for 3rd up off turn number 4. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Billy Aton looks to the inside of Marcus Smith, but he slips up in turn number 3 and falls back about 2 car lengths down the back straightaway. Now Marcus Smith has caught up to Shayna Ensign. He's trying to get around this for that 2nd spot. As that last lap was a 14.50 second lap, 93.103 miles an hour. Angelique Bell up off turn number 4 at the line. 3 laps remain. Shayna Ensign in the 2nd spot. Marcus Smith 3rd and final transfer spot. Billy Aton into 4th spot.
He's right on the rear bumper. And they touch going into turn number 3. Marcus Smith and Billy Aton. 2 to go. Aton trying to get that final transfer spot. He's running at 4th right now with Ryan Silverling in that 5th spot. White flag coming out. Coming up off turn number 4. One more time around. Angelique Bell down to turn number 1. Shayna Ensign, Marcus Smith. Smith underneath Ensign. She closes the door coming up off turn number 2. Billy Aton trying for that 3rd and final transfer spot. Up off turn number 4. Angelique Bell takes the win. 2nd is Ensign. Billy Aton got the 3rd and final transfer spot. That puts Marcus Smith in that 4th spot just outside. He's going to have to come through the B main. Ryan Silverling in the 5th spot. Billy Aton had to battle for it, but made up the ground he needed and made the pass coming up off turn number 4, taking that 3rd and final transfer spot. Angelique Bell with the win in heat race number 3. Heat race number 4 looks like this for the wingless sprint cars. Keith Calvino. On the point out of Gilroy with J&L Racing, Hague Precision Machine and Gilroy Tire and Brake sponsorship. Outside the front row, the 71 car of James East out of San Jose. Bubba's Low Bed Service, FMR Hold Down Bracket sponsorship. In the 3rd starting spot, it's Dylan Bloomfield out of Discovery Bay with a brand new race car, Air One Heating and Air Conditioning, and Napa Auto Parts, Brentwood. Casey's Auto Body, Delta Contracting, Unique Pest Control, K1 Race Gear, Extreme Motorsports, CTA Prounce, 33 Motorsports, and East Bay Meal Prep sponsorship on that car. In the 4th starting spot, it's the 3 car of Nick Rob Fogel out of Petaluma. Materi Motorsports, Rock Crushing Solutions, Empire Automotive, engines by Al. Morello Power Plant, Apex Contractor sponsorship on that car. 3rd and final row on the inside, the 28 of Ricky Brophy with Golden Gate Petroleum, Kinders, PMS, Brophy Chiropractic, and Property sponsorship on that car. 2 is outside the 6K. That's Daniel Whitley out of Ferndale, Simpson Motorsports, Patchy Pools, Barnett Logging, and Whitley Ranches sponsorship. Doubling up the field. Last heat race. 4 heat races for the wingless sprint cars tonight. B-Main coming up in just a little bit. On the point, Keith Calvino out of Gilroy. Dylan Bloomfield. No finish worse than 4th other than his blown motor night here at Antioch Speedway in his career, which has been all of 5 months or so. New race car. Hopefully this one works out well for him. One to go, signal at the line. Lights going out. We're going green flag racing next time by. Calvino on the point. He has control of the field to his outside. James East in that 71 car. Dylan Bloomfield in the 33 car. Lap B main coming up for the wingless sprint cars. Green flag in the air. Calvino down to turn number 1 first. One car almost into the back of another car. It's like Daniel Whitley just about got in the back of Nick Robvogel. And we are going to call that one back. Fabulous Bob not liking that. I think Calvino got to a little too good of a start on that one. Get them lined up and we'll try it again. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. One car not out there. It's to be the, I believe it's a Ricky Brophy car not hit on the racetrack. Green flag in the air. Calvino down to turn number 1 first. Dylan Bloomfield in the second spot. One car. That is Daniel Whitley coming to stop on the racetrack in turn number 2. Yellow flag is out. So I do believe that will be a restart. We did not get a lap in. Six car, Daniel Whitley coming to a stop, getting in the back of the James East car. That'll do it for Whitley for the heat races. All right, got them lined up. Going to try it again. Keith Calvino, James East, front row. Dylan Bloomfield and Rob Fogel in row 2. Lights out, going to green flag racing this time by. Green flag in the air. Once again, Calvino down to turn number 1 first. This time, Dylan Bloomfield has trouble. Yellow flag is out. .33 into the lower left rear of the James East car. Work on getting that car moving again. That's going to do it for Dylan Bloomfield. He's going to get the black flag as well. Not a good way to figure out what that chassis is going to do for Dylan. All right, we're going to try it again. Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time. One to go. All right, Rob Fogel on a row by himself back there. 4th and final heat race. Beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. Coming out, green flag. Calvino once again down to turn number 1 first. Side by side, Calvino loops it down at turn number 4. Rob Fogel with the lead, but the yellow flag is back out. Going to put Calvino. Still haven't gotten a lap in. Down to 2. And then there were 2. I'm looking. I don't see it up in the sky. If I do, I'll let you know. It's over there. It's out of my sight, Tim. Cameraman Tim. All right, bringing the count out. We did get 1 lap in. '73 car Calvino. Working on getting him off the racetrack real quick. Our leader of the 3 car, Nick Robvogel, out of Petaluma. All right, here we go. Single file restart, as is always on sprint cars. Can't pull out the pass until they cross that orange cone down below Bob on the front straightaway. All right, here we go. We're going to try this again. Green flag in the air. Calvino down the front straightaway. I'm sorry, not Calvino. Robvogel out on the point. James East in the second spot. Both these cars will transfer to the main event. Just a matter of where they're going to start. So we'll run this race out. James East out of San Jose in that 71 car. Robvogel running a pretty line through turns 3 and 4. Puts another lap in the books. James East, almost half a racetrack behind. He'd raced number 4. Out of 4, he races for the wingless sprint cars. B-Main coming up in just a little bit. You got some hot laps going to come up next. 2 to go this time by Robvogel into turn number 1. Enters high. Staying about halfway up the racing surface. Down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3 goes Robvogel. Nick Robvogel coming up off turn number 4. White flag in the air. One more time around for Robvogel. Into turn number 1 he goes. A little bit lower that time through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway. Checkered flag coming out this time by James East. Crosses the line. Receives the white flag. Here comes the checkered flag. Nick Robvogel with the win. James East is going to cross the line into second spot. Last lap of 14.86 on the stopwatch, 90.848 miles an hour. Hot lapping coming up next. All right, first out. Just getting the rundown on how that's going to all work out with that weird heat race there. B-Main coming up next. It's going to do it for the hot lap session for that car. Troy Ferry taking a few laps. Looks like we got about 14 cars are going to vie for the final transfer spots. Frank Furtado on a 164 IMCA modified. Taking a few hot laps here. We're going to take an intermission coming up next. During intermission, going to play back as much as we can the pre-race show we had earlier. Give you an idea, every race day at 3 o'clock, we will be having the pre-race show on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. Frank Furtado on the 164 down the back straightaway. Turns 3 and 4 having trouble. He broke, did some hot laps beginning of the night, and something I believe in the left front broke. Looks like he got it fixed back out here. Checkered flag coming out. We're going to go to intermission. When we come back, we'll have the B-Main for the wingless sprint car. During the intermission, hear the audio from today's Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show that you can see each race day at 3 o'clock.
Okay, now we're back. My phone started ringing and it killed my feed, so sorry about that. All right, Mr. Thompson, back to you. What were we talking about?
We're
Trying to win a race, right?
David Michael Rosa taking some hot laps in his 2 Delta Dwarf car. He has not had the year he wanted. He's had some mechanical issues with that car. Blew a motor back on in July at the regional event. And had some more troubles after that as well, trying to get that car straightened out. We got a big 2-day Dwarf car show coming up in about a month from now here at Antioch Speedway. Dwarf Car Mania. The Dwarf cars on Friday 23rd and Saturday the 24th of October. If you looked at the schedule and said, hey, wait a minute, that was on the 16th and 17th. Yes, it was. It got moved. The big Hobby Stock $1,000 win show and the Dwarf car event got swapped weekend. So now the Hobby Stock race is on the 17th of October. You can see all the racing action live on Antioch Speedway TV. David Michael Rosa in that 2 Double D car. White flag is out. So if you take a look at the pre-race show, it is in 2 parts. Part 1's about 10 minutes. The other part's about 45 minutes long. There was a technical difficulty. I was using my phone, and the phone rang and knocked us off. So that's why it is in 2 parts. So if you want to see it, starts with the 10-minute show part and then goes to the 45-minute part. All right, with that, we're going to intermission. We'll be back in just a little bit. Right now, here is the beginning of the Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show from earlier today.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show, live and direct from the pit area here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. Tonight we have a lot of great racing action coming up for you. We have the Tommy Thompson Tribute Show tonight. That's right, we are going Tommy Thompson Tribute for the hard tops. We got a lot of hard tops rolling in. We got the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks here tonight. We also have the Wingless Sprint Cars, and the BCRA Midgets are all in town for racing action tonight. If you have not signed up on My Race Pass, make sure you do so. And if you happen to be a driver or know a driver, make sure they go in there and claim their profile and make sure they add in the sponsors and stuff. If we want us to be able to read the sponsors, it's all going to have to be up on My Race Pass, and that's the place to be, is My Race Pass. It's a free app. You can, of course, pay extra money for a little more frills and thrills, but it is up and running, My Race Pass, and when we get to our scoring loops in place, you'll actually be able to see live timing and scoring on there. Roy Bain, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in to the Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show, live and direct. We're going to have some drivers coming over here in just a little bit for some interviews and stuff. So looking at point standings, tonight is a non-points night for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. It is a $300 to win event. A lot of the cars are down at the Pettit, down at Watsonville Speedway. We wanted to open it up and let some of the folks that couldn't afford or weren't able to head on down to Watsonville for that show to come on out and race. So James Thompson, as far as points go for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, is our points leader. He has 30 points up on the Squirrel Breed Trowan. James is here tonight. Breed is down at the Pettit. Go ahead and have a seat. We got our first guest. Live on, you are the first guest for the day here on Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show. Let me turn your mic on. If you want the headphones, if you need to hear it right there. But Philip Aretta, driver of the 03 Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock. First of all, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you for having us.
Did you, let's see here, make sure I got the right one turned on. Okay. So, you're here to have fun and race tonight and go
Yes,
for a
sir.
win, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the plan for the night? What are you doing different for the heat races you do for the main event?
Our main goal for the heat race is to finish at least top 3. So if there's a B main, we don't have to go through the struggle of pacing ourselves and forgetting things.
So you haven't been out the last couple weeks, but you've had some good runs when you have been out. A couple B main wins this year.
Yes. It's just a little hard with funds and everything. Trying to get everything situated with the car and get it back to schedule and shit like that.
Well, you've been 17 for a month almost, and you're gonna have a little time to get the fundage up. That's for sure. Racing is not a cheap endeavor.
No, it's not.
So, what's your goal for the rest of the year? You're gonna make it out for the big show coming up on. There's a date change, just so everybody knows. The Hobby Stock Open Show, the Hobby Stock main event, the big show, has been moved up a week, so
Yeah.
it is the 17th of October.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. That's the main goal for us, is to try and at least make it out for the big show and get our sponsors out there. I just recently hooked up with a new sponsor, Delta Waterfall Calls. He's been pitching in a little bit, helping us out, get out to the track a little bit more. He's just been helpful. really helpful with us.
All right, what other sponsors you got?
I would like to thank D&D Enterprises, Rearson Gears, Hot Shots Photography, Delta Waterfall Calls, and Maloney's Auto Repair and Restoration.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by. Good luck tonight.
No problem, thank you.
I'm going to swing over here and tell us your name and what you drive.
Robert Carson, and I drive the number 99 midget with the BCRA midgets.
So you're in the BCRA ranks, and those things look like they're a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I just started racing last year for the first time, like in anything. I just decided to, I had my grandpa's old midget like in the basement, so we went and picked it up and just been having a blast ever since.
So instead of a barn find, you have a basement find, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Like,
all right, so how many races have you got in so far?
I have about 14 on dirt, and that's like about 6 or 7 on pavement, but we only count the dirt side because it's a dirt car. We were just running like the combo car on the pavement stuff, and we just throw pavement tires on it and go have fun. So I have about 14 races total in my life.
So, but you're having fun doing it.
Oh, I'm having a blast.
So what's your plan for tonight?
Have fun, hopefully roll it in the trailer, and that's about it. Just have some fun, get some good laps, get some more experience, and hopefully roll it in the trailer in one piece at the end.
Any sponsors you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank Finish Logic, LOK, West Evans, and Santa Monica Race Products.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next up, name and what you drive.
Brad Myers, and I'm driving the 33 Hobby Stock tonight.
That's Bad Brad Myers. Don't forget.
Brad Myers, given to me by Wiley Wade.
So you ready to go have some fun tonight?
Yeah, every night we come out for fun, of course, like everyone. Go out and have some fun and get home to the babysitter, and hopefully at an early hour.
Is Melissa here?
Yeah, Melissa's here. She was thinking about riding passenger, but Misty Wellborn might want a passenger for some driving tips. And I'm not sure if I can give up my driving tips to someone else, but I guess I got to do what I got to do, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, she just got herself a hobby stock.
Yes, she did, and looking forward to seeing another hobby out here. You know, of course, my favorite class.
So when your wife is in the car, Mighty Mouse, who has won lots of races, as have you, but does she give you pointers as you're driving?
Usually hand gestures, or she'll slap me across the chest if I do something wrong, but it's usually hand gestures. I don't know what the heck she's saying, but I kind of figure it out when she's going deeper or pointing down, but yeah, she's always giving me some sort of hand gestures. I don't know if they're helping me. Some of them, everyone says they are, but I'd be a little stubborn and say no, they're not.
Oh, she ever tell you you're number one?
Yeah, she hasn't told me I'm number one yet.
Okay.
So I usually try to listen. So
you're safe.
She's getting there, though.
And a smart husband trying to listen to the wife. I might learn that someday. All right, so have you been flying lately?
Oh man, I went up to Oregon to see my father-in-law on his birthday 2 weeks ago, and I don't know why I launched. It was hazy, smoky. I said, oh, we'll be all right. Get up there Saturday morning. It was hardly see. Got to leave Saturday afternoon. Got, I don't know, about 8,000 to 9,000 feet. Decided we can't see anything. And got stuck there for the weekend, so we ended up driving home. And luckily, a good friend, Dave Lincoln, 2 weeks later, drove me back up there to retrieve the plane. But other than that, no, not really. Just a little bit up to Oregon and back.
How long does it take you to fly up there in that? It's a single-engine plane, right?
Yeah, it was a single-engine Piper Archer. You get about 150 miles an hour in that, and it was 2 hours each way.
That's not bad at all.
Beats the 6-hour drive I had to go up there.
Heck yeah.
to get it back. But yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. All right, who helps you get on the racetrack?
I got to thank my buddy Fast Freddy. He's always there to help us out. Angela Brown with the LD Graphics got us some good stickers on there this year. Brentwood Auto Parts. I'm sure I forgot somebody, and I'm sorry. But
So you're gonna make the big show coming up here in about 3 weeks?
I'm not sure. I might come out and watch. I might come out and help. I'm not sure. The plan is probably not, since it's going to be a rules race and just another night for us. And I got nothing for that 78 car, so I figured I know when I should stay at home. So.
All right.
No, we might come out, but leaning no. Leaning probably come out and watch and have fun.
All right, Brad Myers, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Swing it over here, and our points leader. That tonight it doesn't matter. It's just about the win tonight. No points tonight.
Tonight's all about fun tonight.
James Thompson, the AT&T. I thought you were heading south.
No,
Changed your mind?
changed my mind. I figured we'll stay close to home, represent our track. You know.
I heard you may have done some work on your motor.
We didn't do any work. We just made sure she was healthy and give her a good checkout. You know, I mean, after last week, thought something might be up. You know, because we were racing some fast guys last week, and I thought something was going on. But everything checks out good and healthy. So,
I think your dad said it might have been running out of gas.
I think a driver might have been running out of some talent or something. So we're still figuring it out, and hopefully, I'm gonna blame it on you, Wade, because you don't pick me in the main events to go win, so it's your fault.
I do occasionally. Occasionally. My mind just went blank. So what? 4 or 5 second places in a row.
It's 5 second places in a row now.
So
it's quite it's crazy. I mean, we're consistent. We're always up there, and you know it's a lot of work to get it up there. But you know that's better than finishing towards the back. I think that's why we're up where we are in the points. You know, consistency.
what do you have to do to get in that victory lane tonight?
I don't know, man. We'll see. We just got to give it everything we got, and we're gonna play with the setup a little bit tonight and try a couple things, being that there's no points. So. We're going to play with a couple little setup things today, you know, see if we can't find a little more speed to keep up with those guys.
So what's the difference there, do you know?
What do you mean?
Do you want to say what you think the difference between their cars and the speed between their cars and your cars are?
No, I don't really want to talk about that.
Chicken. You need those adjustable shocks back, do you?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. That might give us a little hand there, but no, it's all. You got to remember, this is only my 3rd year driving, my first full year driving. I still got a long way to learn. You know, those guys have been driving a long time, so I got a lot to pick up still. You know.
So what's your plan for next year?
I don't have a plan yet.
I've heard some rumors.
We've got
I've heard multiple rumors.
We'll see if we can't pick up a couple key sponsors, and maybe that'll help determine where we want to go next year. So I'm not telling you anything yet.
It's just between you and me. No one else is going to know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's worry about this year still.
So I know at the beginning of the year when we weren't sure if there was going to be points involved and stuff, excuse me, and things were up in the air with all the COVID stuff, you were determined you were coming back next year because you wanted a championship. So now this year, there are points. You're leading the points. You're up by 30 over the Squirrel going into the final race coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that was what was going to kind of determine what I was going to do for not next year, but the year after, because I wanted that championship. And, you know, now we find ourselves, we're up there, we're leading. So I don't know. Everything's happening a little faster than I thought it would. So we'll see. To go back on your other question, we'll see what happens next year.
All right, who helps you getting on the racetrack each week?
Oh, I got to give a big shout out to Chad Hammer Racing Engines. Chad, his whole family, he's always there backing me. I got to thank Ryland Racing, Fast Freddy, Brian Zachary, Clayton. Those guys they get annoyed with me. I call them so much for setup stuff, you know. DeCarlo Racing Products, my dad with Hot Shots Motorsports Photography, and everybody else that comes out and helps out. You know, I appreciate it a lot. I couldn't do it without those guys.
All right, good luck tonight. Have fun.
Thank you, Wade.
It's all about the win tonight. And we keep swinging over, and I turn that mic off, turn that mic on. Angela Brown, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Here, let's get this out of your face.
Okay.
There we go. So, what's your plan tonight?
Just to finish.
Just to finish?
Just
Go
to
have
get
fun?
to run, yeah. I'd
So,
like to run for a
you've
while.
come out, and you've had an interesting year. You've come out and had the car at the track, not made it on track. You planned on coming out and couldn't quite make it out. The monkey's off your back now. You're all good.
Yeah, well, that car was made from the high school up Merced, so everything on there has just been old, and we just had to change everything. Blew a motor, got her in one, started overheating, blew a water pump, everything. So we just changing everything new so that we don't have this problem. And I just want to go run. Seat time.
So that was the car that they were advertising last year, right? The number 44. So it's still relatively new for you, right?
Oh yeah, but I love it. I mean, I told Chris wanted me. He's kind of frustrated with the car, you know, Chris Long. So he's like, "You're gonna go back to the Camaro." I said, "No, I'm not. I love these. I wouldn't go back."
People that have run the Camaros and then switched to the metric cars say the same thing. They don't want to go
I
back.
don't want to go back. It's too much fun.
So, all right.
And I just can't wait to learn it more.
So what's your plan? Let me move this a little closer here, over there in front of you. So You're coming out to the big show?
Yep.
All right, good deal. On the 17th of October, if you missed it, the big show for the hobbies, they're calling it the Hobby Open, although it's not open rules. It is Antioch Speedway rules. Yeah, a little conversation on that. Yeah, just a little one. That one and the Dwarf Car 2-day show were swapped.
Okay.
So it is the 17th of October for the hobby stocks. So do you have to do anything special or different for that? You just keep doing the normal thing?
I'm just going to go run it and have fun.
Just getting the driver's seat.
That's all I want to do is have fun. And that's all I want to do.
All right, if you come out to practice, I'm gonna call you on. You offered me to drive your car last year, but I still haven't driven a hobby.
You'd love it.
I would.
You would love it.
I love my four. I'll swap you. You can drive my
Hey, you can
four
go to
banger,
this one first.
and I'll drive your hobby.
Oh, there you go. Oh, I haven't driven a 4-banger.
Oh, that's fun too.
That would,
Yeah. So, all right, we'll have to work on that.
yeah, definitely.
All right, Angela Brown, who helps you get out on the racetrack each week?
Jim Towns, Chris Long, Frank and Kylie. That's some other names.
LB.
Oh yeah, LB Vine on my own. I always read about that one. But yeah, that's it.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay, turn that one on, turn that one off, and introduce yourself.
Shannon McQueen.
Shannon McQueen, and what do you drive, Shannon?
Midget.
Midgets. You're one of the the BCRA midgets that are here tonight, and those things look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. This will be our first race this year in our home state. Spent most of the summer running in the Midwest. You know, my job is such where I can kind of work wherever I want to work, and so my best friend lives in Oklahoma, so we spent 2 months back there. Ran in Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and so came home and was thinking we were going to get to run at Petaluma on Labor Day weekend, and then kind of got fired out over there and with the smoke and the whatnot, and kind of just been waiting.
So with the differences back there, I know when I hear the IMCA guys go back and they race at Boone and the different places, they say the atmosphere is completely different. How is it for the midgets? Is it different for those back there?
It's completely different back there. The people are much nicer, I think, when you go to the Midwest just in general than people that live in the state of California. But it's wide open back there. I mean, we're racing with fans, and it's great to see record crowds. We were at Peebly, Missouri, and ran into Mandy Pittman, Darren Pittman's wife, when the World Outlaws were there, and we ran with the World Outlaws. And Mandy was like, "Man, we've had record crowds. It's wide open, no masks, and it's great. You know, it was great to get out of California and feel some form of normalcy. You know, and I know a lot of people here are frustrated and depressed and they can't do anything, so we're super grateful to be back racing, whether it's with fans or not. And the people that log on, whether it be through your stream or Flow or Speed Shift or whatever it is, you know, those people that are paying to watch those live streams are helping us out as well. So we got to thank our fans, obviously.
Absolutely. So all the tracks you ran back there, what one was your favorite one?
The two that I liked the most was Humboldt, Kansas, and Peebly, Missouri, and I ended up upside down at both of them, running for top finishes. So I think we were going for third at Peebly when we ended up upside down in the feature and got rained out the second night, and had a really fast race car at Humboldt. You know, we had some really strong runs out in the Midwest, and we don't really have the results to show for it. We just kind of had some bad luck. Those guys race really hard. They do it for a living, and obviously we don't. We do it just because we love the sport.
Right. So have you ran here at Antioch before?
The last time I ran here was in 2012, which was the year I won my USAC championship, and I honestly don't remember a whole lot about it. I had to log on to YouTube and watch the video. And I watched the video and I was like, man, I drove horrible that night. And we ran third, but it was kind of like if I had to write the story, it would have also been like, and also they're running third McQueen. I mean, we just really, it wasn't a bad night, but it wasn't a stellar night for us either. So I remember that I liked the racetrack. So we were super excited to come back here and glad to see this on the schedule, and that Antioch is having the midgets back. It's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to run here.
So just to let you know, the track layout's a little different now.
I'm sure it is. I haven't walked up there and looked at it, but we've kind of been doing our homework and our due diligence on what's been going on here the last few weeks and trying to learn, because if I can do that and my competition's not right, then hopefully we're just one thing better.
Well, these two guys sitting across the table from us, they're both open wheel wingless sprint car guys.
Well,
They can give you some
this guy's pitted
pointers.
right next to us.
Okay, well,
So hopefully he can give me some pointers.
you know, he's got some wins in second. You know, the worst finish he's had here, not counting his blown motor, is a 4th.
Oh,
He started driving open wheel cars this year.
that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, so we'll talk to him in a second, Dylan Bloomfield. But so when you go out, the corners are now 70 feet wide. The straightaways are 60 feet wide, so lots of racing room, lots
Good.
of side-by-side racing and stuff.
Well, hopefully the midgets will put on one heck of a show for everybody. And, I know a lot of people, I think his dad or maybe was like, I don't know how much different those midgets are from a micro and this and that. And I came out of a micro before I got in the midget, and they're a lot different. A midget is by far the hardest thing I've ever had to drive.
Oh, wow.
Everything you do makes it mad. It's almost 400 horsepower in a car that weighs 1,000 pounds with the driver.
Nice.
So, ton of horsepower to weight ratio, and man, they're a handful at times. They kind of just get a little bit mad and temperamental.
That was Shannon McQueen earlier at the pre-race show. You can see the whole interview and all the entire show by logging on to Antioch Speedway by promotions and AntiochSpeedway.tv. She was the first female to win a USAC Western Mid-States race in 2007. In 2011, she was a BCRA Dirt Series champion, and in 2012, the USAC Western Series champion. With that, it is time, folks. Please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or a former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. With that, we're going to break out Lee Greenwood again for tonight's rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. Lee Greenwood with tonight's Star-Spangled Banner. That is the favorite of John Myers, my predecessor here at the behind the microphone here at Antioch Speedway. And John will be joining us for a visit coming up on October 10th. He'll be in town as the Pete Paulson's show is on the 11th, so he always swings by the night before the show and hangs out with us and calls a race or two. So look forward to having John back here in the booth at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to AntiochSpeedway.tv. Another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing on store for you here from live and direct from Antioch Speedway. As we get set for the B main for the wingless sprint cars. Here's your starting lineup for the wingless sprint car B main event. 16 laps, top 8 transfer to the A main. And on the point, out of Santa Rosa, California, it's a 50 car of Tony Bernard. And outside the front row, it's the 87 car. That's Abby Gonderman out of Antioch, California. Row 2, 28S of Marcus Smith out of Manteca, California. And the 33 car of Dylan Bloomfield out of Discovery Bay, California. Row 3 on the inside, the 92 of Jeff Scotto at Brentwood. And Ryan Silverling, the outside, in the 77 car. He's out of Concord, California. Row 4 on the inside out of Ferndale, California, it's Daniel Whitley. And to his outside out of Hawaii, it's Cami Costa in the 5 car. Row 5 on the inside, the 48 of Troy Ferry out of Vallejo, California. And the 11B to his outside, that's Alan Miranda out of Fairfield, California.
In row 6, the inside, and that 11th starting spot, it's Steve Miyake out of Sonora, California. And Bob Newberry to his outside out of Brentwood, California. And to the back of the pack, the 28 of Ricky Brophy. He's out of Discovery Bay, California. Steve Miyake is a first-time racer here tonight, 62 years old. First time in a race car, starting out in the wingless sprint car ranks. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday on Antioch Speedway TV. Don't forget, upcoming next week, it's a 2-day show. Actually, 3 days. We have practice, cornhole tournament, barbecue coming up next Thursday. $30 for the folks that will be here for that. And the winners of the cornhole tournament get a set of cornhole boards or whatever they're called, and that have the Bill Bowers logo and stuff on them. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And then on Friday night and Saturday night, it is the Bill Bowers Memorial Event, night 1 and night 2. We will have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars making their debut here at Antioch Speedway. Getting set to push these cars off the B main. Again, the top 8 transfer to the A main. 16 laps. Going to start pushing them off right now. Again, Tony Bernard on the point. Abby Gonderman to the outside of the front row. Marcus Smith, Dylan Bloomfield in row 2, row 3. Jeff Scott, Ryan Silverling, row 4. Daniel Whitley and Cami Costa, row 5. Troy Ferry, Alan Miranda, row 6. Steve Miyake and Bob Newberry in row 7 is Ricky Brophy. Kind of anticipating Miyake falling to the back of the pack, just one row. Getting all the cars pushed off. 16 laps of competition for the B main. Beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. It's going to get hotter here in a couple days. Supposed to be over 100 degrees on Monday. Thankfully, a very nice night. There was concern about possible having some smoky conditions here tonight, but it cleared up quite nicely. We did have some smoke earlier in the event, or excuse me, earlier in the afternoon. Keep an eye on AntiochSpeedway.com and Antioch Speedway by Promotions and AntiochSpeedway.tv and Antioch Speedway Announcer for all the latest news, notes, schedule updates, and stuff. Working on getting the field caught up. Miyake looks like he is falling to the back of the pack. Again, first time in a race car here tonight, so just trying to get some experience in that car, the 27 car. Got the pace vehicle out on track. Got him doubled up. Fabulous Bob looks like he's going to give him the 1-to-go signal. Magic flag in the air. Top 8 transfer. The rest go home. Who's going to win? Who's going to transfer? Got some big names in this B-main. Among them, Dylan Bloomfield, the 14-year-old. Who has just had some excellent runs each and every time out this year. The one race he didn't finish in the top 5, he was leading most of it before he blew a motor. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Tony Bernard on the point. One car up the hill, that's Abby Gonderman. She's losing a whole bunch of spots going down the back straightaway. Up on the point, though, here comes Dylan Bloomfield, taking the lead up off turn number 4. Bloomfield on the point. Bernard second, Marcus Smith into third spot. Fourth is trying to see the number as they come around Bloomfield in a brand new race car tonight here as well. Fourth is Ryan Silverling. Fifth is Daniel Whitley. Sixth is now Alan Miranda, as he just took away a spot from Jeff Scotto. Seventh looks to be, I think that's Ricky Brophy. In the 28th. Eighth is the final transfer spot, Cami Costa right now. Bob Newberry not making the call. Heard he was having brake troubles with that 36 car, not out on the racetrack. Dylan Bloomfield up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. We're 4 laps in, coming around to complete lap number 5, 11 to go. This time by. Up off turn number 4, Bloomfield. Tony Bernard in the second spot. He's got about 7 car lengths to make up. The third is that Marcus Smith car. Bloomfield up on the first car. He's going to put a lap down. That is the Miyake car. He gets up around the high side. Clears him, coming up off turn number 2. That fourth car in the 4th position, Ryan Silverling. 6th is Daniel Whitley. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Working around that 27 car. Dylan up off turn number 4. He's about to put Abby Gonderman a lap down. Gets around her. Got 8 laps remaining in this 16 lap B main for the wingless sprint cars here at Antioch Speedway. Marcus Smith up to the 2nd spot. Tony Bernard back to the 3rd spot. He gets together. Daniel Whitley went into turn number 1. They touched wheels. They both did a 360 and keep on going and only lose 1 spot. Both still in transfer spots. So you got Bill Bloomfield, you got Marcus Smith, Ryan Silverling, Alan Miranda. Then it is Tony Bernard. Daniel Whitley, Jeff Scotto in the 7th spot. 8th is, I believe that's Ricky Brophy with 2 laps to go. Bloomfield down the backstretch, working around slower traffic into turn number 3. White flag coming out this time by. Bloomfield sees the white flag, going to pick up the win if he can hold on 1 more lap. Down to turn number 1 goes Bloomfield. Up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Bloomfield enters turn 3. Setting a pretty line up off turn number 4. Bloomfield with the win. Marcus Smith 2nd. Tony Bernard 3rd. 4th, Ryan Silverling 5th. Have to wait and see what the final rundown is from Andrea. But our winner, Dylan Bloomfield in that 33 car. 14:45 on the stopwatch, 93.426 miles an hour last time by. Hobby stock main event. Starting lineup looks like this on the point. Out of Vacaville, California, it's Philip Aretta outside the front row, the 89 car. Brian Lloyd out of Antioch, California. Jason Robles coming out for some hot laps in his hobby stock real quick. Hard tops next. Jason Robles in the 78 car. Took the checkered flag last time out, but was DQ'd due to an illegal part. So the win went to the 72 car. Robles in that 78 car. Fast race car each and every time he is out. Jason spends a whole lot of time here at Antioch Speedway. He's probably got more laps than anyone else this year because he's the one who drives the water truck and a lot of the other equipment that helps make this racing surface the way it is. He is here 6 or 7 days a week. Hard tops coming out next. Let me give you the starting lineup. We're still waiting for them to show up in staging, but we are under the gun time-wise. So Jason Armstrong out of El Dorado, California in the 26 car is going to start on the point in a 1940 Pontiac. Outside the front row, the 100 car of the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Oretta out of Vacaville with Bailey Brothers of Vallejo Masonry. It's a 1940 Ford Coupe. Row 2, the 82 car. Rick Elliott, winner of heat race number 2, is on the inside. Outside, Joel Hannigan. He won heat race number 1 out of San Jose, driving a 1934 Ford. Junkyard Dog Hardtop raised crazy sponsorship. Row 3, the 13 car. On the inside, that's Matt Taylor out of Concord, California. 2 is outside is Dave Mackey out of Antioch. Jim Perry Racing Engines, Gary's Towing and Transport, Extreme Racing Products, BRG Paving, and Peloton Technology sponsorship on that car. Row 4 on the inside is Gary Hildebrand out of Turlock, California. He's driving the Rusty Roost Garage in Hostrom. Sponsorship on that 121. That is a 1939 Ford. 2 is outside the 56 car. It's a 1935 Chevy sedan with ADCO drivelines, Armstrong Racing, and NCP Motors sponsorship on that car. Road 5, the 45T of Dave Reed out of West Sacramento. He's driving a 1938 Pontiac. Jerry Cecil's driving the 01 car. It's a replica of the car he used to run back in the late 60s and early 70s here at Antioch Speedway. In row 6 on the inside, it's the 39 out of San Leandro, the Jim Temple Bail Bonds, Road Bear Row, and Pete Paulson sponsorship on the 39 car. That's the Green Hornet of Tommy Thompson, son of Chet Thompson, our benefactor tonight, or our tribute tonight, the Chet Thompson Memorial Race. And at the back of the pack, it's a 27 car of Ken Clifford out of Antioch, California. Clifford driving a 1930 Ford. For the Rocket Man. Winner of heat race number 1, Joel Hannigan. He won the heat race and the main event last time out on August 1st. Winner of heat race number 2 was Rick Elliott, driving the 82 car. Cars are getting lined up back there. They're going to be rolling off here momentarily. I want to say happy birthday to Tommy Thompson. It's his birthday today. Driving that Green Hornet, the 39 car. Main event, 20 laps for the hard tops here tonight. Cars rolling off. Waiting on the cars to roll out as we get set for the hard tops in the Chet Thompson Memorial. Here they come. Kimo Areta, the first one to roll off in that 100 car. Larry DeMintz's old car. Hardtop racing at its finest here at Antioch Speedway. Some Central Valley sportsman cars as well. Those things look funny if you see them because they're skinny cars. Jerry Cecil in that 01 car. Again, that's a cool looking car, one of those Central Valley cars. All right, here we're getting set to go. We got to get Matt Taylor back a couple rows. The 13 car is supposed to be inside row 3. Thanks again for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Coming up next Saturday, or Friday and Saturday, everything will be on Flow Racing, our final race of the year that will not be on Antioch Speedway TV. And it's already had a contract in place for Flow Racing to do this Bill Bowers Memorial Race. This is what the race last year was called, the West Coast Nationals. This year, the Bill Bowers Memorial Race. So after that, the rest of the season, tune in to Antioch Speedway TV. Antioch Speedway TV. We will be on Antioch Speedway by Promotions next Saturday, Friday and Saturday for the pre-race show. All right, I think we got the lineup set. 26 car, Jason Armstrong has control of the field. Extreme Motorsports looks like he's on the side of that car. Sponsorship. A 1940 Pontiac on the point. It was outside a 1940 Ford. Lights out. We're going green flag racing this time by. 20 laps for the hardtops. 15 laps for the hardtops. Just been corrected because they took so long to come up. They lost 5 laps. Green flag in the air. Kimo run on that high side, gets down to turn number 1 with an advantage over the 26 of Jason Armstrong. Areta sideways, catches it, gets tapped in the back by Armstrong. Here comes the 16 of Hannigan. He wants involved in this. Sparks come out of the back of that car, up off turn number 4, 1 down, 14 to go. Battle for the lead down to turn number 1. One car spinning around the 82 of Rick Elliott, winner of heat race number 2. Seeing if he can get that thing going, and we stay under the green flag. He does keep going. Back up front, Kimo Areta starting to pull away. 16:51 on the stopwatch, 769 miles an hour, about 5 miles an hour faster than they ran earlier tonight. In the hardtop main events, Areta up off turn number 4. That car getting all kinds of squirrely. Battle for second. Down the front straightaway into turn number 2. One car, that 82 car, Rick Elliott, once again backwards. This time brings out a yellow flag. Last lap was 17.11 second lap, 78.901 miles an hour. 82. Having trouble down there in turn number 1. Both laps spun. Lineup is set. Jerry Cecil, or he's out now. Dave Mackey left the racetrack. Crossing him up. Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by. You may have heard the Cecil Memorial. That is Jerry Cecil's part of that family. Jerry had someone build that car for him, a replica. His old race car. Out here running it for the first time tonight. Coming around, Texas style restart. Kimo Areta on the point. Second place. Jason Armstrong. Third is Joel Hannigan. Green flag in the air. Areta coming up off turn number 2. He's on the point. Side by side, Armstrong and Hannigan still battling for that second spot. Hannigan gets that second spot. Coming up off turn number 4. Kimo Areta, Joel Hennigan. Jason Armstrong in top 3. Fourth to 56 car, Roland Ron Ruiz. 6th, right now the 121 of Gary Hildebrand. He's in 5th. 6th is the 13 of Matt Taylor. 7th, the 45. T of Dave Reed. 8th is the side-by-side. It's the 82 car of Rick Elliott. And behind him is the 01 of Jerry Cecil. Then the 39 of the Green Hornet, Tommy Thompson. Three-way battle down in turn number 4, right in front of the leaders. Those cars get together. That opens up the door. Joel Hannigan takes the lead as the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta had to avoid 3 cars racing side by side through turns 3 and 4. Hannigan, our new leader, in that 16 car. Winner last time out on August 1st for the hardtops. Areta now setting his sights, trying to catch up with that 16 car. That 1934 Ford is being chased by the 1940 Ford Coupe. Yellow flag is out. Over in turn number 3, we got 2 cars. Flames coming out as he started up that the car. That is the 26 car, our pole sitter of Jason Armstrong. Second, the other car involved in that, the 45T of Dave Reed involved. Yellow flag back out. Did come red for a moment because there were some flames coming out of that 26 car. I think that may have been him just getting a started fire coming out from the headers. All right, so our leader is the 16 car of Joel Hannigan. The 100 of the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta in the 2nd spot. Third's 26, Jason Armstrong. Actually, that was the one that just left the racetrack. He was involved in that incident over there. So, waiting on getting the lineup set so I can see who is who. Kimo Areta is well behind where he's supposed to be, waiting for the field to catch up. Texas style restart here. If you're not familiar with what Texas style restart is, the leader gets a road to himself on the point. Second place gets to choose the high side or the low side. And road number 2, everyone else has to line up accordingly through the rest of the field. Kimo coming to stop, trying to wait for the field, I believe. Okay, there we go. Getting them set. Yep, now the 56 car, Roland Ron Ruiz. See where Kimo picks, whether he takes the high side or the low side. Roland Ron Ruiz. Looks like Kimo. Looks like Kimo's trying to get to the high side for the restart. There we go. All right, Joel Hannigan on the points. Kimo Areta second in that 100 car. Third, the 56 car of Roland Ron Ruiz. Fourth, the 121 of Gary Hildebrand. Fifth, 13 car of Matt Taylor. Sixth is the 27 car of Ken Rockyman Clifford. 7th is the 1 car, the 01 car of Jerry Cecil. 8th, the 82. That's Rick Elliott. 9th, the 39 car of Tommy Thompson. And 10th is the 45T of Dave Reed. All right, coming around, green flag this time by. We got 6 laps remaining in this 15-lap main event for the Chet Thompson Memorial Race. Top 2 down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Kimo Retta not letting the Joel Hannigan car get away. Again, that car having a little bit of trouble in turn 2 in the heat race. He had trouble getting through that end of the racetrack. Has a good run through turns 3 and 4. Just struggles in turn number 2 with that number 100 car. Goes into turn number 1. Right on the rear bumper of our leader, Joel Hannigan. This time gets through turn number 2 much better for the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Retta. Looking high coming up off turn number 4. Not close enough to make a move. Gets loose up off the turn. That car's got some power. Rear tires having trouble holding that power down. 1 car going slow on turn number 4. Leaders up off turn number 4. Joel Hannigan, 3 laps to remain. He's got about a car length over Kimo Retta. The 45T of Dave Reed right in front of the leaders now. Will he play a part? He played a part in Kimo losing the lead. Can he play a part in Kimo getting the lead back? Those cars get together. They bump up out of the way. Kimo stays in line. 2 to go. Did not hear the call over the radio, so maybe not 2 to go. Looking at the score. Up off turn number 2. 2 to go this time. 16.63 seconds, 81.179 miles an hour. Kimo Retta can get close. He just cannot get up beside the 16 car of Joel Hannigan. White flag is out this time by. Hannigan at the line. Jerking around the Tommy Thompson car. Up off turn number 2. One more time around. Joel Hannigan down the backstretch into turn number 3. Kimo Retta. Not going to make it. Joel Hannigan is going to take home the win. Kimo Retta second. Third is going to be the 56 car. Yep, the 56 car of Ronnie Ruiz. Fourth will be the 121 of Gary Hildebrand. Fifth will be the 13 car, Matt Taylor. Last lap at 16:58, 81.423 miles an hour. With that, I'm going to head downstairs for Victory Lane ceremonies. Down to Joel Hannigan. Joel Hannigan, I'm going to interrupt your pictures here. Hand you a microphone.
Thank you.
Well, you had to work your way around Kimo Retta. And it took some lap traffic to do it, look like.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking that it was going to be a tough one to get around him. He looked really good, real fast. I was trying to pace him, trying to watch his line. Started dropping down a little bit to see if there was anything there or wasn't. He had the line, so I just got lucky with traffic, and you can't say anything, but I got lucky. He would have won that.
And then a couple laps to go, you actually had a little trouble with traffic. I think it may have been the same car down there in turns 3, and he did not end up going above you, which may have opened up the door and with a possible pass back.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where he was at, but from where I was at, that car looked like he was starting to push up a little bit, so I didn't want to go around him. It went through my mind that somebody could be going around him, and there wasn't going to be enough time because he was starting to slide up a little bit, and then luckily I was able to get under him and get on the gas.
Well, you are 2 for 2 this year here at Antioch Speedway in these hard tops.
Yeah, I'm super excited because, like I said earlier, this was one of the races that the car owner's dad won, and so it's special to him.
All right, congratulations. Who do you want to say thanks for getting you out here?
Doug Broderick, Ray's Crazy was one of our sponsors. Earlier I wasn't just kind of went, brain south, and my daughter, everybody, my parents. I mean, it's hard to remember when you're all amped up, So, but everybody that knows me has helped me. So,
Joel Hannigan, congratulations with taking home the Chad Thompson Memorial Race.
Thank you. That's a big one.
And bringing up a beautiful race car here.
Thank you.
So that's going to do it for our hard tops here tonight. And the Chet Thompson Memorial Race is in the books as far as the hard tops go, but we still got the hobby stocks coming up next. Chet Thompson Memorial Race for the hard tops. Won by Joel Hannigan. All right, hobby stocks look like this. Philip Peretta on the point. Out of Vacaville in the 03 car. Outside Brian Lloyd. Out of Antioch, California in the 89 car. Row 2, the 44G of James Gracely out of Antioch, and Angela Brown, the 47 car out of Antioch. Row 3, the 16 of Adam Kajala, also out of Antioch, and Larry McKenzie, who was outside out of Discovery Bay in a 24M. Row 4 is Brad Myers out of Brentwood in the 33 car, and the 16B of Devin Vaughn out of Antioch, California. Row 5, Jason Robles in the 78 car out of Rio Vista, California, and the 29 of Jake Bentengort out of Brentwood, California. Row 6, the 32 of Ken Johns in Antioch, California. And our points leader, James Thompson in Pittsburgh, California, though it is not a points race. Row 7, the 02 of Albert Bellinger out of Antioch, and Steve Torres out of Salida, California, in the 2 car. At the back of the pack, the 75 of Misty Wellborn out of Castro Valley, California. That's our starting lineup for the Jays Mobile Welding Hobby Stock. $300 to win. Non-points race here tonight. Hobby Stock's been putting on a great show here at Antioch Speedway all season long, but lately it's just stepped it up an extra notch. 1 to go signal being given at starter stand by Fabulous Bob. $20-lap main event. Or, excuse me, 25-lap main event. $20-lap main event for the hobby stocks. Philip Peretta bringing him around. Young man, just turned 17 about a month or so ago. A little more than a month ago. Green flag coming out right about now. Peretta hard on the gas.
The 89, Brian Lloyd, did not get as good of a start. When he's coming on strong, coming up off turn number 2, side by side down the back straightaway. Aretta, Lloyd into turn number 3. Lloyd working that high side. He picks up the lead coming up off turn number 4. 1 down, 19 to go. It's Brian Lloyd, Philip Aretta, James Gracely almost into the back of Aretta. 4 wide coming up off turn number 2, further back in the pack. James Thompson trying to work his way up through the field. 89 car, Brian Lloyd is our leader. He's out of Orville driving a Trans Am. Down the back stretch, Philip Aretta in the second spot, James Gracely third. Devin Vaughn in that, 2 cars. Gracely and Aretta get together hard. Kajala gets involved in it. Cars pile in. Jason Robles there. Tire is loose. Got a loose tire. Working on getting those cars separated down there. 1 car lost a wheel, just looking at the replay on the screen here. That actually started, looks like someone lost a wheel, and it was hit by the 02 car, I know, of Albert Bellinger, amongst others. That's why the red flag is out for that. That incident down there in turn number 4. Ken Johns involved. Jason Robles got involved over there. He drove away. Trying to see who else is involved over there. The 16 car, I know, Rocky Kujala. His right front actually hopped over another one of the wheels, and he jumped up in the air with that at the very beginning of that incident. Working on getting those other cars separated down there. Give you some other numbers when the tow trucks are get clear. Got some cars stuck together, looks like, down there. So getting these cars separated down there, that was all started when the 44G of James Gracely got into the back of Philip Aretta in the 03, but I'm not sure if that didn't happen because of the tire. Nope, the tire came off of Philip Aretta's car. That's the left rear tire on that car. Yellow flag is back out now. So Philip Aretta missing a left rear tire on that 03 car. Aretta, 17 years old. Got to put money in it to himself, so that's going to cause a couple extra work days on that car. All right, going to work on getting the lineup set. Ken Johns was involved, I know. The 2 car, I believe, of Steve Torres was also involved, I believe, down there. .44G leaving the racetrack, James Gracely. Leaves the racing surface. Last lap is 17.81 second lap before the yellow came out. That's 75.800 miles an hour. So our leader is the 89 of Brian Lloyd. in that 79 Trans Am. Second, the 16 car of Rocky Kajala. Hopefully nothing bent or broken on that car after wheel hopping another car. Angela Brown in the third spot in that 47X car. Fifth is going to be the, looks like the 02. I'm sorry, the 2 car. Going to give them the 1 to go signal, double them up. Oh, no, that's the 16 V of Devin Vaughn. And Bad Brad Myers in the 5th spot. 6th will be the 78 of Jason Robles. 7th, 29 car of Jake Betancourt. 8th is Ken Johns. 9th is James Thompson. 10th, Larry McKenzie. 11th is Albert Bellinger. And back of the pack, 12th, the 2 car of Steve Torres. Coming around to the green flag this time by. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade, and we are racing. Green flag back in the air. 3 wide down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Rocky Kajala up to the 2nd spot in that 16 car. 3 wide down the backstretch into turn number 3. Bad Brad Myers in the middle of that sandwich. New leader at the line, it's Kajala in that 16 car with a slight lead over the Brian Lloyd car. But Lloyd not giving up. Fights back on the outside. Battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Kajala with the advantage, but here comes Lloyd on that high side. Kajala pushes up the hill a little bit, keeps the lead. 1 car to the infield. But at the line, it was Kajala in the 16 car. Brian Lloyd 2nd, Brad Myers 3rd. 4th, Jason Robles 5th, Jake Betancourt 6th. James Thompson battle for 3rd into turn 3. Jason Robles trying to get around the 33 of Brad Myers, while our leader, Kajala, who is not drifting out from the infield or inner racing surface very far towards that outside wall. He's keeping the low racing line all the way around this racetrack in that 16 car. Battle for 2nd down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Brian Lloyd on the high side. Jason Robles passes him that time. Coming up off turn number 2 as Lloyd pushed up near the wall. Now Lloyd battling Brad Myers for the 3rd spot. And here comes James Thompson. He wants involved in this mess. He's working on the high side of Brad Myers and hits the inside of Brian Lloyd. Lloyd goes around. James Thompson went down into turn number 1. He had Bad Brad Myers on the inside. He had Brian Lloyd on the high side, and he hit Brian Lloyd. Lloyd went around. Larry McKenzie gets involved. AT&T James Thompson, our points leader, leaves the racetrack. Involved in that incident down there. He got into the side right there. You can see it on the camera. Just looking at the replay. Thompson, the meat in that sandwich, and it cost him and Brian Lloyd as Lloyd went around and Thompson might be broke in that right front after getting into the side of that 89 car. Thompson, one of the ones I interviewed during the pre-race show. You want to see that. Wouldn't talk about his plans for next year. He's got some options open to him, kind of waiting to see if he wins this championship. May play a part. Devin Vaughn pulls to the infield. Something wrong with the 16V car. Last lap, 18 seconds flat. That's 75 mile an hour flat. Before the yellow flag came out. James Gracely back on in that 44G car. Our leader, Adam Rocky Kajala. 2nd place, Jason Robles chooses the high side, puts Bad Brad Myers down on the low side. 4th is the 29 of Jake Betancourt. 5th is Ken John. 6th, the young man who's only raced a couple times, Albert Bollinger in that 02 car. 7th is Angela Brown. 8th is Steve Torres. 9th, Larry McKenzie. And 10th will be the 44G of James Gracely. Lights out, going green flag race, and next time by. Kajala. Coming down the back straightaway. Leading the field into turn number 3. Starts to pick up the speed just a little bit. Green flag in the air. James Thompson making it back out, not losing a lap. Our leader spins, coming up off turn number 2. He catches it, loses 4 spots so far. 5-6 spots. That's 16 car. Kajala having trouble. Jason Robles back on the points. Robles, Myers, Ken Johns, Jake Betancourt, and Larry McKenzie, your top 5. What a shakeup in that top 5 after lap number 8 of 20. Robles starting to pull away in that 78 car. Brad Myers in the second spot. Last time out. Myers ran with his wife in the car. Not sure if she's in there tonight. Melissa Myers, of course, she has won lots of races in that car as well. Somebody's in there with her. Another person I talked to in the pre-race show. Talking about how Melissa helps him when he's driving and she's in the passenger seat. Robles up off turn number 4. He's got about half a straightaway lead right now over Brad Myers. Third is Ken Johns. 4th, Jake Betancourt. 5th, Larry McKenzie. 6th, Rocky Kajala. 7th, James Thompson. 8th, Angela Brown. 9th is Albert Ballinger. 10th is James Gracely. And 11th is Steve Torres. 17.11 seconds, 78.901 miles an hour for our leader that last time by, coming across the line. Our leader crossing the line right now. 7 laps remain. And second place, Brad Myers, 4.58 seconds behind. Having some battles on his hands with Ken Johns and Jake Betancourt. That 33 car. A battle for second into turn number 3. Ken Johns. Right on his rear bumper. Up off turn number 4 goes Brad Myers, Ken Johns, and Jake Betancourt. That battle for second into turn number 1. Up off turn number 2. Brad Myers has a car length on Ken Johns. Our leader is at the line with heavy traffic with that battle for second. Right in front of the second place, Brad Myers. Steve Torres crosses his nose, almost gets into him. That allowed Ken Johns to get right up on his rear bumper. Coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Brad Myers, Ken Johns, Jake Betancourt. Leader gets together with James Gracely at the line, but that battle for second up off turn number 2. Here comes the 16 of Rocky Kajala. He's back up trying to battle for this spot. James Thompson's getting up there. He's working around Larry McKenzie. Our leader at the line right now. 3 laps remain. Brad Myers in the second spot up off turn number 4. Ken Johns right on his rear bumper down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Here comes Jake Betancourt. Here comes Kajala. Throw a blanket over those 4, looking for the second spot. 2 to go this time as our leader crosses the line. Battle for second up off turn number 4. Ken Johns goes high, almost into the fence off turn number 4. Down into turn number 1 they go. Side-by-side battle for second. Brad Myers works to the inside of Angela Brown. White flag at the line one more time around. Into turn number 3 goes the battle for second. Brad Myers down on the low side. Ken Johns on his bumper. Kajala there. Half a track ahead is Jason Robles. He's going to take home this win as long as he keeps it going. Jason Robles at the line with the win. Brad Myers coming up off turn number 4. Brad Myers going to take home second. Ken Johns in the third spot. 16 car of Kajala 4th. 5th, Jacob Betancourt. Larry McKenzie and may have gotten the 5th spot. Last lap. It was not 9.18 seconds, 147 miles an hour. I obviously missed that. Jason Robles with the win. Head on downstairs for victory lane.
Jason Robles pulls into victory lane. Getting ready to climb out. Got the steering wheel off, working on getting the helmet off. A little hot there, Jason's car. Throwing up some water. Don't stand by the left front. Jason. There you go. Man, you sunk that up. You were half a track ahead.
That's nice. That's hopefully this one will stick.
What you had to work your way to get to the front, but once you did, you just checked out.
Yeah, it was. They were racing pretty hard, so pretty clean.
Had a couple instances where you actually had some trouble getting through traffic. They were kind of knocking with you a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if they know what the blue-yellow means. I'm not sure if they do, as hard as they race each other.
Well, Jason, I want to say thanks because you spend a whole lot of time here, and as we've talked about before, you've got more laps here, not even in a race car, just in the water trucks and the graders and all that stuff. So thank you very much for all that.
Thank you guys for having me, and like I said, I want to thanks Chad, thanks all the guys that helped me, Donnie, Tom Frazier. Without those guys, I couldn't do this.
All right, Jason Robles taking home the win in tonight's Chet Thompson Memorial Race for the Hobby Stocks.
Right on. Thank you.
Congratulations. With that, as you can see on the screen, or maybe see, BCRA Midgets coming up next. BCRA Midgets coming out for their main event. 17 car of Nick Foster on the point. Foster out of Indiana. Outside the front row, the 83 of Austin Liggett out of Tracy, California. Row 2. It's the 51 car of Brody Fusion, winner of heat race number 1 out of Bakersfield, California. 2 is outside. It's the 7 car of Shannon McQueen out of Tehachapi, California. Row 3, the 12 car of Jared Torres, winner of heat race number 2 out of Gilroy. And the 68 car of Scotty Farmer out of Brisbane, Australia. Row 4, the 11E of Corey Elliott out of Bakersfield, California. And a 00 of Jake Andrade out of Castro Valley, California. Row 5, the 10 car on the inside of Blake Bauer out of Brentwood, California. And 2 is outside, the 28C of Colton Rebman of Cottonwood, California. Row 6, it's the 6 car of Sean Arriaga out of Antioch and the 14 JR of Matt Streeter out of Galt, California. Row 7, the 65 car. And his outside, the 24 of Cameron Beard. I wonder if that's a 60. No? Row 8, 31K of Kyle Bielman out of Santa Monica, California. 18 car of Floyd Avis out of San Carlos, California. At the back of the pack, the 99 car of Robert Carson out of Concord, California. That's your starting lineup for the BCRA Midgets here at Antioch Speedway. '18, 19 cars scheduled to take the green flag. Arriaga, oh, that's 6S there. Tyler Slay inside row 7 out of Watsonville, California. Sean Arriaga driving tonight, first time in a midget car. He is switching from the wing sprint cars to wingless sprint cars. You can see an interview with him coming up on this week's edition of Wiley's Race Report. BCRA Midgets. Here at Antioch Speedway. 20-lap main event for the BCRA Midgets. If you're wondering what BCRA stands for, it stands for Bay Cities Racing Association. BCRA, Bay Cities Racing Association. Got the cars lined up. 19 cars scheduled to take the green flag for a 20-lap main event here. 17 car of Nick Foster on the point. Austin Liggett outside the front row. Brody Fusion and Shannon McQueen in row 2. Jarrett Sorey, Scotty Farmer, row 3. Row 4, Corey Elliott, Jake Andrade. Row 5, Blake Bauer and Colton Rodman. That's your top 10 starting order. Sean Arriaga, Matt Streeter, row 6. Row 7, Tyler Slay and Cameron Beard. Row 8, Kyle Bielman and Floyd Elvis. And row 9, Robert Carson and Ben Wise. Given the 1 to go signal, this is next time by. Here we go. BCRA main event, 20 laps here at Antioch Speedway. Pace vehicle pulls off on the back stretch. One car stopped on the front straightaway, standing yellow flag. The 99 of Robert Carson came to a stop. Get him pushed back off. And we'll go green flag racing. If you didn't notice the schedule and you haven't heard, the 2-day Dwarf Car Mania and the Hobby Sock Open have switched weekends. So Hobby Sock $1,000 a win event will take place on the 17th of October. Then the Dwarf Car Mania will take place 23rd and 24th of October. 2-day show for them. Lights out, going green flag racing. Who's going to win this one? We're about to find out. Nick Foster has control of the field, bringing him around. Green flag in the air. That high side paid off well for the 83 of Austin Liggett. He gets to the point, but here comes the 7 car of Shannon McQueen. She picks up the second spot. One car wheelie up off turn number 4. That's the 68 car
of Scotty Farmer. Does a wheelie coming up off turn number 4. Yellow flag in the air. One car goes around the 24 car. Cameron Beard out of Atwater there in turn number 2. Keeps it going. One car comes to a stop on the front straightaway. The 10 car, Blake Bauer out of Brentwood, California. Ten car, I'm hearing, has a flat tire. That's why he came to a stop over there. Getting the lineup set. We're going to get in the lineup set here. We got 1 lap down, 19 to go. 20-lap main event for the BCRA Midgets here at Antioch Speedway. Looks like we're going to have to get that 10 car on the hook. Lineup is set. '83 car on the point. That's Austin Liggett out of Tracy, California. Shannon McQueen in the second spot out of Tehachapi, California. If you're not sure where Tehachapi is, it's on in between Bakersfield and Mojave. They have a huge cement factory there. In the third spot is a 17 car of Nick Foster. Fourth, the 68. Scotty Farmer, fifth. Is the 51 car of Brody Fusion, winner of heat race number 1. Give him the 1 to go signal. This time by. Showing 1 to go. One down. 19 to go here tonight in this 20-lap main event for the BCRA Midgets. Single file restart, of course. As we do with the open wheel cars. Green flag in the air. Oh, one car. It looked like the 17 of Nick Foster got into the back of Shannon McQueen. And they both spin around. Jared Soares comes to a stop up there in turn number 2. But the 17 car went down in there. Foster got hard into the back of the Shannon McQueen car. And they both spin off turn number 2. It's like Jared Soares, if I'm not mistaken, up there on the high side, turn 2. Yep, that is Jared Soares watching the replay. Shannon almost saved it. She drove on a little bit. 17 of Nick Foster kept on going. Work on getting that 12 car restarted. See if we can get him pushed off. Get back to some green flag racing here tonight. Antioch Speedway. Beautiful night for racing. Getting them set up. We'll get the lineup set, getting the car pushed off over there in turn number 2. We'll get back to green flag racing. Our website is www.antiochspeedway.com, www.antiochspeedway.com. Facebook is Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook. Also, AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. Mine is Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube. Still working on getting the lineup set. Lineup is good. We're going to give them the one to go signal. Go green flag racing next time by. So our leader, the 83 car of Austin Liggett, second place. Is the 68 car. That's Scotty Farmer out of Australia. 51 car is in the third spot. That is Brody Fusion, winner heat race number 1. The 11 car, 11E of Corey Elliott in the 4th spot. Green flag back in the air. Austin Liggett down the front straightaway into turn number 1, all by himself, out on the points. Another lap in the books. 2 down, 18 to go. 1 clock. The 68 car, Scotty Farmer, bounced up in the air, hit a bump down there in turn number 1. He stays on the gas, keep on going. Third to 51 car. Brody Fusion. Fourth to the 11E of Corey Elliott. Fifth. This will be the 12 car of Jared Torres. I'm sorry, the 00 car of Jake Andrade. Top 5. One car gets together, stay under the green flag. Another one goes up through the infield. 2 cars got together down in turn number 1. One went up towards the wall, the other one went towards the infield. We stay under the green at this point. One car going slow down the back straightaway. That was the one that was involved in that incident. Comes to a stop at turn number 3. Not sure how close to the racing surface is. Up off turn number 4. Up off turn number 4 comes our leader. 6 down, 14 to go. 51 car. In the 3rd spot. That black and green car. 8 down, 12 to go. Coming around to go. 11 to go this time by for the leader. At the line. Working through heavy traffic down the backstretch. Into turn number 3 goes the leader. Yellow flag is out. Hearing possible debris, I think. 15:26. On the stopwatch, 88.467 miles an hour last time. Yellow flag maybe for that car that came to a stop over in turn number 3.
working on getting things straightened out here. Getting a hook over there for that car over there in turn number 3. Coming out on the front straightaway, so our leaderboard looks like this. The 83 car of Austin Liggett on the point. Second is the 68 car of Scotty Farmer. Third, the 51 car, that's Brody Fusion. Fourth, the 11E of Corey Elliott. And fifth is the 00 of Jake Andrade. Sixth is the 00. I'm sorry, that's fifth. It's Jake Andrade. Sixth is the 7 car. Shannon McQueen made her way back up to 6th place. 7th is Sean Arriaga at 6 car. 8th looks to be the 10 car, Blake Bauer. 9th. I'm sorry, behind Sean Arriaga is Jared Soares. Then the 28 of Colton Rodman, 28C. Then we have the 6S, that's Tyler Sly. '17 car comes next of Nick Foster, our pole sitter. 10 car of Blake Bauer is next. Green flag in the air. Our leader wheelies up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Austin Liggett lifted those front end wheels off the ground by about 1.5 feet. Got on the power up off turn number 2. Liggett down the back straightaway once again. One car getting a little slideways, a little slow with the 11E. Corey Elliott loses the position. Still 00. Jake Andrade back there at the 5th spot, or 4th spot battle. But here comes that car back. Elliott takes that spot back. Andrade crosses back over. Battle for 4th continues to turn 1 side by side up off turn number 2. 00 of Andrade has it. Here comes the Elliott car. Trying to get underneath and coming up off turn number 4. Side by side down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Battle for 4th. Off turn 2, Elliott on the inside. Andrade on the high side. Elliott makes the pass. Andrade tries to cross over. Nothing doing. Here comes the 7 car of Shannon McQueen. She's getting involved in this battle for 4. Leader coming up off turn number 4. Check in with him all by himself there at the start line. Second, the 68 car still with Scotty Farmer. Third, still the 51 car. Brody Fusion. Fourth, the 11E of Corey Elliott. That battle continues. Leader up off turn number 2. Down the back straight into turn number 3. Working the high side. On a slower car. One car comes up. Almost puts the leader into the fence on the front straightaway. That was the 6S of Tyler Slide. Came up the racetrack. Didn't know the leader was to his outside. 2 to go this time by for the leader. Austin Liggett down into turn number 1. One car stopping in the racetrack. That is a 7 car, I believe, of Shannon McQueen over there in turn number 2. McQueen comes to a stop at turn number 2. Not what she wanted. Her first race in California in 2020. She's been racing back in the Midwest, Colorado, Kansas area. Not sure what caused her to come to a stop. What happens? Getting the push truck out there, trying to get her rolling again.
Nothing on the video. I'm just watching the replay, see if there's anything. Nothing on the video. So not sure what happened to McQueen over there. Interviewed her on a pre-race show. Lineup is set. 3 laps remain. 20-lap main event. Austin Liggett on the point. That 83 car, second to 51 car of Brody Fusion, winner of heat race number 1. He's out of Bakersfield, California. Third to the 68 car of Scotty Farmer out of Australia. Fourth, the 11E of Corey Elliott. Fifth, the 00 of Jake Andrade. Sixth, the 28 car of Colton Rodman. Seventh is the 18 car of Floyd Alvis. Eighth on the racetrack is the 6 car of Sean Arriaga. Eighth is the 17 car, Nick Foster. Ninth, is the 10 car of Blake Bauer. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway, turn number 1. All they have to do is control the line for 3 laps. Austin Liggett, if he can hold on, take home the win here at Antioch Speedway. Coming up off turn number 4. Liggett, 2 to go. Austin Liggett down the back stretch into turn number 3. Coming around to the white flag this time by. Austin Liggett on the high side, right up on the cushion. White flag in the air. One more time around. Second is still Brody Fusion. Third is still the 68 car of Scott Farmer. But here comes the battle for that. But checkered flag coming out. 83 car Austin Liggett with the win. Brody Fusion second, third to 68 of Scotty Farmer. BCRA main event won by Austin Liggett. Austin Liggett.
Thank you.
What a run. You got out front and didn't look back.
Yeah, the car was absolutely incredible. I was just telling the track owner of Antioch Speedway here, one hell of a racetrack tonight. It was a lot of fun. You were able to run it down in the middle if you had to and, get the car slowed up, and there was plenty of grip, and or you could just rip the absolute top and just get after it. It was a whole lot of fun, and these guys did an awesome job tonight. It was just Dad and Matt tonight wrenching on the car, and this thing was a rocket.
I think the only challenges you had tonight looked to be about getting around some of that the slower traffic, because they were battling for their own positions.
Yeah, they sure were. One of them almost put us in the front stretch wall there. We barely squeaked by. I don't know how there was any room, but we made it work, and yeah, we had a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, I saw that coming up off turn number 4. You had lots of room. You went to the high side, and then suddenly the 6S came up the hill, and you were there, and I was hoping you didn't hit that wall, so that was good.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't. The hole definitely shrunk as we got down to the end of the straightaway, but it all worked out, and again, can't thank my guys enough. Again, great racetrack that we provided us tonight. It's got killer potential, and I wish that we could really get something going here and this is pretty cool, close to home, and so glad we were able to come out.
Austin Leggett, congratulations on taking on the win tonight in the BCRA main event.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
With that, we got one more main event to go, and that would be the wingless sprint cars. See the cars rolling out onto the racetrack, getting spread out. I'll get upstairs, give you the starting lineup, and we got 20 laps of exciting action for you on these wingless sprint cars coming up next. Getting set for our final main event of the evening. It is the Spec Sprints. The wingless sprint cars on the point. Give this guy the point. He's going to be trouble to beat. 33 DJ of DJ Johnson out of Stockton, California. Outside of him, Kevin Box. In the 2 car out of Antioch, California. Row 2, the 551 out of Angelique Bell of Rio Linda, California, and the Nick Rob Fogel out of Petaluma, California. Row 3, the 3F of Matt Streeter out of Galt. Winner last time out. And 2 is outside the 62 of Jeremy Newberry out of Brentwood, California. Row 4 on the inside, Shayna Easton out of Antioch, California, and James East out of San Jose, California. Actually, Shayna Easton is out of San Carlos, California is where she's out of. Winner earlier this year to her outside, James East out of San Jose, California. Row 5, the 3E of Jeff Ensign out of Sashapool, California, and Roy Fisher out of Antioch. Row 6, the 26 of Billy Aton out of Benicia, and the 73 of Keith Calvino out of Gilroy. Row 7, the 12 car of Jared Soares and Dylan Bloomfield in the 33 car out of Discovery Bay. Row 8, the 28S, that's Marcus Smith out of Manteca, and the 77S of Ryan Silverling out of Concord, California. In row 9, the 6K of Daniel Whitley out of Ferndale, and the 11B of Alan Miranda out of Fairfield. Row 10, the 50 car of Tony Bernard, and the 5 car of Cami Costa out of Waianae, Hawaii. And at the back of the pack, the 28 car of Ricky Brophy out of Discovery Bay. It's your starting lineup for today's main event for the wingless sprint cars. 20-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars here tonight. Last main event of the night. Getting all the cars rolling. DJ Johnson, multiple-time winner here this year. Johnson on the point. Getting them lined up.
360 wingless sprint cars. On the racetrack, getting ready to go, green flag race. And don't forget, we have got one car just left the racetrack, I'm hearing over the radio. Checking the lineup real quick. Wingless sprint cars racing at Antioch Speedway on a beautiful Saturday night here. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. Look forward to having you back each and every Saturday night. Can't wait for fans in the stands. See if Bob gives him one to go signal. On the point, DJ Johnson to his outside, Kevin Box. Lineup is set. Well, we were going to go green, but pace car didn't get the message. All right, here we go. Lights out, going green flag race the next time by. Wingless sprint cars on the racetrack. DJ Johnson with 2 wins on the year. 5 top 5, 5 top 10, 6 main events. Coming around, green flag this time by. Green flag in the air. Oh, one car spinning around on his lid. Red flag is out, one car. Flipping down the front straightaway. Nick Robfogel climbing out of the race car. Wait for the replay to see if I can see what happened as he went down the front straightaway. I didn't get to the feed in time, so I didn't see what happened on that. But Rob Fogel out of the race car. Nick Robfogel out of Petaluma. One race earlier this year. Did not finish in the top 10. Getting that car off the wall down there in turn number 1. It is on the video. I just happened to miss it. Tim was saying that he did get it. A beautiful Saturday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday night. I want to thank our sponsors. Of course, we've got Pro Motorsports at
001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Pro Motorsports, give them a call at 925-779-0707 for Pro Motorsports. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. Yum. I love ice cream. Co-sponsor of the Mini Stocks at 2581 Main Street in Oakley, California. You can call them at 925-666-8916. But if you like ice cream, you want to head on over to Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream in Oakley. Also a co-sponsor of the Mini Stocks is Quality Aero Maintenance over there in Acampo, California. You can call Bob and crew at 209-366-1040, 209-366-1040 for Quality Aero Maintenance. They will be glad to fix your airplane or helicopter. You do helicopters, Bob? No helicopters, just airplanes? Just airplanes over there at Quality Aero Maintenance. Also sponsoring here at the racetrack is the sponsor of the Hobby Stock Division. That's Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabrication. Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabricating at 916-203-8082 up there in Sacramento. Hearing a report that he hit the wall started all that. Also want to say thanks to 1 Hour Drain, the plumbing router specialist at 1260 Yard Court in San Jose. Their number 888-603-6886, 888-603-6886. 1 Hour Drain. They are sponsoring next weekend's events for the IMCA stock cars, putting up the money for the stock cars. $1,000 win each night. For the stock cars, IMCA stock cars making their debut next weekend here at Antioch Speedway. Also want to say thanks to Stites Towing. A very special thanks to Rick and Farron Stites Diaz. They sponsored the Freedom Series, the Big Kahuna Freedom Series, George Stites Freedom Series. 3 race series on Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. Stites Towing, located in Los Banos at 2925 East Pacheco Boulevard. Their number, 209-826-4594. 209-826-4594 for Stites Towing. Also, special thanks to Delta Transmission. They do foreign and domestic. They do standard. They do auto. They do rear differentials, transfer cases. They're located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch, and you can reach them at 925-754-1870. That's 925-754-1870 for Delta Transmission. Thanks to all our sponsors. Thanks to all the officials down in the infield. Thanks to the DNF crew. Thanks to the officials up here in the booth. Thanks to the folks out in the pit area, security. And thanks to Chad and Tina for the great job they're doing promoting here at Antioch Speedway. Keep an eye on our website for all the latest news and notes. The Wiley's Race Report comes out every Wednesday about 7 o'clock. That'll be posted up there. You can check out results and schedule. If you hit that tab, it'll actually take you to the My Race Pass website. That is where our schedule is kept and results are kept. Go on over to My Race Pass if you don't have it on your phone, so you can download that in your app store. My Race Pass. All right, we got the car picked up over there. Getting set to get the field rolling off again. A beautiful night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Getting the push trucks out there. We'll start pushing them off here momentarily. We got one car over there on the back straightaway. It looks like they're getting it on the hook with no laps in. We do have 20 laps for this main event for the wingless sprint cars. Looking at the schedule coming up, just a reminder, Bill Bowers Memorial. Next weekend, 3-day show, 2-day show, but a 3-day event with the Thursday being a practice. It is not an open practice. It is only for IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, and IMCA Stock Cars. On Thursday, all the racing action is on Flow Racing next weekend, the last race of the year that will not be on Antioch Speedway TV. There is practice from, I think, 5 to 8, and then there's going to be a barbecue and a cornhole tournament, and a live country band will be here. It's going to be a lot of fun on Thursday night. Friday night, night 1 of the Bill Bowers Memorial Race is Friday night, and night 2, the big night, we're winning all the money for the modifieds and sport modifieds, is Saturday night. $5,000 to win for the modifieds, $2,500 to win for the sport modifieds. IMCA stock cars have $1,000 to win on both nights, October 2nd and 3rd. October 10th, it's Donna Soares and Larry DeMint's Memorial Race. It's also Hall of Fame night. There will not be Hall of Fame inductions this year due to the fact that we can't have fans in the stands, but there will be some activities related to the Hall of Fame, the Antioch Speedway Hall of Fame. Chris is working on that, and that'll be coming up on Saturday, October 10th. It is the final points race for the Hobby Stocks. I think all 4 divisions, the Hobby Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, Street Stocks, Super Stocks, the Wingless Sprint Cars, and the Valley 4 Bangers that are going to be changing names next year. They will be called the Mini Stocks next year. That's on October 10th. On October 17th, it is the Hobby Stock $1,000 to win event. They'll be joined by the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks on October 17th. October 23rd and 24th, it's Dwarf Car Mania, nights 1 and 2. The Wingless Sprint Cars will be back on the 24th. They'll help on the 24th, putting on a show on that night. October 31st, it's Halloween night. Candy for the kids, bouncy houses, and all kinds of fun stuff for the kids on October 31st, Halloween night. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Super Stocks, and the Wingless Sprint Cars will all be here. On November 27th, after a 3-week hiatus, we will have Turkey Night number 1, Friday, November 27th. That's Black Friday typically. And I can think of something better to do than go shopping in all those crowds. That's watch racing here at Antioch Speedway. And you can do that through Antioch Speedway TV, if not in person. We're going to have the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. We'll have the Wingless Sprint Cars, and the Wing Sprint Cars will all be here on the 27th of November. And then on the 28th, we'll have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks to round out our 2020 race season here at Antioch Speedway. What a crazy year it has been with the COVID-19 and everything going on. It has been awesome every Saturday night being able to come out to the racetrack and get some racing in and show it on TV. Somewhat of normalcy, though the fans in the stands have been missed a great deal. Working on getting the lineup set. After Rob Fogel rolls it down the front straightaway after the green flag fell. Thanks, cameraman Tim. I'll have to go back and watch that later, see what happened. I don't really have replays. If we had replays, we'd be showing them, but the stream is on a delay, so I get a chance to look back and see something, but I only get one chance. Somebody lost a battery, I'm hearing over the radio. It's like in the car that rolled over, or I guess you hear over the radio, they're missing the battery. The battery's around somewhere. And then during the off season, keep an eye on the website. I won't do shows each and every week. I won't do Wiley's Race Reports every week, but I will try to do some every couple of weeks, do something just to keep you informed, up to date, and entertained, whatever I can. I will be doing, hopefully be doing a show called Wiley's Adventures in the off season. Just travel around doing some stuff, got projects. If you're interested, keep an eye on, again, Antioch Speedway announcer YouTube and Facebook pages. I will announce that stuff on there, share them a little bit. If you're interested in that kind of stuff. All right, looks like we got the lineup set.
Green flag in the air. DJ Johnson on the point. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Angelique Bell in the second spot. Everyone gets through turns 1 and 2 up off turn number 4. At the line, it's DJ Johnson, 1 down, 19 to go. DJ Johnson, as I said, put him on the point. He's going to pull away, and he is. But here comes that Matt Streeter. One car flips over on turn number 3. Red flag back out. That looks to be Billy Aton in the 26 car. Shayna Ensign involved in that. She's standing up in her car, but Billy Aton was the one that flipped down there at turn number 3. Tony Bernard sitting down on the infield, sitting backwards. It's like he may have been involved. Waiting to hear on the drivers. Billy climbing out of the race car, or being talked to by the official. Billy Aton standing up there. Driver's okay. Finally got word. Billy Aton looking at his car all around. Everyone else is okay. Billy Aton, Shayna Ensign up there. Did not see what happened exactly. I looked up and Billy was flipping. It's like Tony Bernard down on the inside in that 50 car may have been involved, just by the fact that he's sitting backwards. To what degree, I'm not sure. That first lap, a 14.57 second lap, 92.656 miles an hour. Still a fast racetrack. Billy standing outside his car, watching him get ready to lift that thing up. Shayna sitting on the side of her car. Both drivers okay. DNF crew getting the car put on the hook. Back end on Shayna Ensign. Waiting on a hook there. Got the second tow truck up there. Looking at the point standings while we have a minute. For the wingless sprint cars, DJ Johnson in the points lead. He's got a 30-point lead coming into tonight over Dylan Bloomfield.
Bob Newberry is 98 back of DJ, so 38 back of Dylan. Tony Bernard, 104 back in the 4th spot. 5th is Jeff Scotto, 106 back. Hobby Stocks, James Thompson came into right now has a 30-point lead over the Squirrel Breach Rowan. Tonight's race was not a points race. Travis Dutra is in 3rd, 50 points back. He will lose more as he sold his hobby stock. Jake Bentoncourt in the 4th spot, 96 back, and 102 back is Larry McKenzie in the 5th spot. Other divisions, points-wise, Trigatory Folger took home the championship last week in the IMCA Modifieds. Jim Bennett took 2nd, 3rd, Kellen Chadwick, 4th, Buddy Ness, 5th, Shane DeVolder. In your sports modifieds, Trevor Klimans won the championship this year, beating Mark Garner by 4 points. He went in the last Saturday night 3 points behind. Garner had trouble in the main event, got tangled up with another car down in turn number 1, and he couldn't make enough ground up to grab the points lead back from Trevor, as Trevor had a great run, finishing 2nd in that main event. Casey Keller finished 3rd in the points, 14 back. 31 back was Kenny Schrader. And in the 5th spot, Kevin Brown, 54 back. So a nice tight battle for the sport mods this season. Talked about the hobbies. The Dwarf cars still racing. 266 points is what Travis Day has. He's the points leader. Devin Cameron in the 2nd spot. He's 14 back. Sean Catucci, who took home a thrilling win about a month ago, in 3rd, 30 points back from the leader. Mike Casaro sitting 46 back in the 4th spot. 5th is Danny Wagner, 52 back. Most of those guys, if not all those gentlemen, are up in Marysville tonight, this weekend, for the national event up there. The Valley Four-Bangers, soon to be called Mini Stocks, Jess Palladino with the points lead, and I believe he's got the championship locked up. Was Trevor Jolly's 106 back with only 1 race remaining. Chris Corder, 130 back in 3rd. 4th is Wiley Wade, 220 back. 5th is Ryan Dogalone, 244 back. Wing Sprint Cars, Colby Johnson out of Pengrove, California, with 102 points in the Wing Sprint Cars. He is leading Chase Magic by 6 points. Joey Ancona, 24 points back. Billy Aton, 30 back, and Caleb Montgomery is 32 back. Your top 5 for the Wing Sprint Cars. Then the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, Mike Welko has 310 points out of Knightson, California. He is our points leader with Jim Freethy, 52 back. And John Evans also 52 back. I believe Freethy has the tiebreaker there. Chris Long 60 back, and Ryan Cerezian 85 back. That runs out your top 10 for the Super Stocks. Pushing the cars off. That's your points right now. Getting them rolled off. DJ Johnson is our leader. Jeremy Newberry in the 2nd spot, 3rd. Is Angelique Bell out of Rio Linda in the 551. 4th, the 71 car of James Easton. 5th is the 3F of Matt Streeter. Your top 5 for tonight's main event for the wingless sprint cars. Getting all the cars rolling off. We are getting ready to go green flag racing. Once again, 2 laps down, 18 to go for the wingless sprint cars.
One car pulling through the infield, Tony Bernard in the 50 car. Nope, I thought he was going to head to the pits. He did not. Sprint cars, main event. So we have three number 3 cars, a 3E, 3F, and a 3. The 3E and 3F look identical, other than the E and F, which makes it hard to see the E and the F. So if I miscalled Jeff Ensign and Matt Streeter, I do apologize. That is the case there. Looks like 2 more cars to get pushed off. Thanks again for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Do appreciate it. We know you have lots of choices on entertainment activities, and we do appreciate you tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade. Got the cars rolled off. We're getting set to go back to green flag racing. Make sure the lineup is set. There we go. Angelique Bell gets moved up to where she's supposed to be. We're going to get into, it sounds like Angelique Bell is actually in second, the 551. Lineup is set, so it is the 33 DJ of DJ Johnson. On the point, the 551 of Angelique Bell second. Third is, I believe it's 62 of Jeremy Newberry. Green flag in the air. One car hits the cone going down the front straightaway. Not sure if anybody saw who that was. But that'll be a penalty if they did see it. One car going around, 2 cars going around in turn number 4. Yellow flag back out. 28 of Marcus Smith and Dylan Bloomfield involved. Taking a look at the replay right now on the screen. So Dylan Bloomfield. So down there, Dylan Bloomfield. Dylan Bloomfield ended up sideways, and Marcus Smith avoided him. That's what caused Marcus Smith to end up there. So that's on the 33 car. Del Bloomfield falling back. Not sure who hit the car or hit the cone down there on the front straightaway. Okay, getting the lineup set. DJ Johnson on the point. Second is Angelique Bell out of Roseville, winner of heat race number 3. Johnson won heat race number 1. In the third spot right now is the 62 of Jeremy Newberry. Fourth, it's the 3E of Jeff Ensign. Fifth is the 30. Is the no longer the 33 car because he had to go to the back. I think it's the 12 car of Jared Sorens. The 6 car of Wheatley. Whitley is next. 1 to go signal at the starter stand. We're going green flag racing this time by. DJ Johnson has control of the field in that 33 DJ. And second spot is Angelique Bell. Third is Jeremy Newberry. First time out for the year here at Antioch Speedway. Running well up there in the third spot. The 3E of Jeff Ensign in the fourth spot. And fifth, green flag in the air. Fifth of the 12 of Jared Soares. DJ Johnson coming up off turn number 4. Jeff Ensign getting underneath Jeremy Newberry, as is Jared Soares. They both get past Jeremy for that third spot. Put Jeremy back to 5th. He tries to get back underneath Jared Soares. Battle for 3rd down the back straightaway into turn number 4. Jared Soares gets it. Jeff Ensign crosses over, gets underneath him. That battle down into turn number 1, side by side for 3rd. Now give it back to Jeff Ensign. Jared Soares back to 4th. Jared Soares looking to go underneath him into turn number 3. That battle for 3rd continues. Up off turn number 4. At the line, it is still Jeff Ensign. He's got it. Jared Soares now a couple car lengths back. Back up on the point. It's DJ Johnson in that 33 DJ crossing the line with the lead. Second, Angelique Bell. Third is Jeff Ensign. Fourth, Jared Soares. Fifth, Jeremy Newberry. Sixth is Daniel Wheatley, but he's getting underneath Newberry. He makes a pass for that 5th spot now. Johnson a full straightaway lead. Battle for now is for 2nd. Jeff Ensign tries to go high on Angelique Bell. He loses a couple car lengths coming up off turn number 2, down into turn number 3. Battle for 2nd. Up off turn number 4, Angelique Bell has the 2nd spot. Here comes Jeff Ensign. Into turn number 1 they go. Battle for 2nd up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Ensign goes underneath Angelique Bell. She slips up a little bit. She gathers it back up and stays on the point in that 2nd spot. Battle for 2nd up off turn number 2. Ensign falls back a little bit. Our leader comes up off turn number 4 at the line. He's got about a 3.98 second lead, but that battle for 2nd continues. Angelique Bell has Jeff Ensign down on the inside as they come up off turn number 2. That high side pays off, but he goes back inside, coming up off turn number 4. Angelique Bell once again back on the 2nd spot. DJ, our leader in the heavy traffic, back to the battle for 2nd. Angelique Bell has a little bit of breathing room. That's Jeff Ensign now following in her wheel tracks. Up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway into turn number 2. That battle for 2nd goes. One car goes around. Yellow flag coming out. The 28 car, I believe that's Ricky Brophy, spun and collected the 2nd car, and I can't see the number on that car. So it is DJ Johnson, Angelique Bell, Jeff Ensign, Jared Soares, and Daniel Wheatley, your top 5. Wait to see if they need a hook over there in turn number 4. We're not getting those 2 cars separated down there, so we get them pushed off. DJ Johnson just pulling away once again in that 33 car. Car's been on a rail all year long here at Antioch Speedway. So the other car involved was Keith Calvino in the 73 car. He gets pushed away. Looks like Dylan Bloomfield, watching him, see if he can get another top 5, is back in the 10th spot after spinning earlier in the event. Give him the 1 to go signal this time by. Go back to green flag racing next time around. Nine laps remain. This 20-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. DJ Johnson with the control of the field. Jeff Ensign up in the 2nd spot. Jared Sorey's 3rd and Angelique Bell back to the 4th spot. And Daniel Wheatley in the 5th spot. Green flag in the air. DJ Johnson, our leader, down to turn number 1, working the high line. Jeff Ensign dives low, going into turn 3, trying to pick up that lead. Nothing doing that time. He now has a battle on his hand as Jared Sorey's makes the pass going into turn number 1. Ensign crosses over. Battle for 2nd up off turn number 2. Jeff Ensign now has it back as he crossed over, moved, and slide job. Jared Sorey's, DJ Johnson, Jeff Ensign, Jared Sorey's, Angelique Bell, Daniel Whitley, Alan Miranda, Ryan Silverling. Battle for 2nd. Coming up off turn number 4. Jeff Ensign got about 2 car lengths over Jared Sorey's. Sorey's trying to highline, trying to get some motion down the back straightaway. Not close enough. DJ Johnson hopping up over the front tires at turn number 4. DJ Johnson, Jeff Ensign, Jared Sorey's, Angelique Bell, Daniel Wheatley, Alan Miranda, Ryan Silverling. Then comes Jeremy Newberry, Dylan Bloomfield, Marcus Smith, Cami Costa, Johnson. Slower track with Farm coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway to turn number 3, our leader. Slower traffic right in front of him, trying to work around. He's got room down into turn number 1. 2 cars coming to a stop. Daniel Wheatley and Angelique Bell get together. Yellow flag back out. Those cars stuck together. They were battling for the 4th position. Daniel Wheatley, Angelique Bell stuck together down at turn number 1. Get the tow truck over there. So DJ Johnson should go back to 3 to go if I'm not mistaken. Jeff Ensign in the 2nd spot, 3rd. Jared Sorey's. Ryan Silverling Alan Miranda 4th. 5th, Ryan Silverling. 6th, Jeremy Newberry. 7th, Dylan Bloomfield, Marcus Smith, Cami Costa. Running order right now, got the tow truck over there trying to get them apart. Lineup is set. 3 laps remain in this 20-lap main event. Running the cars through the infield in turn number 1. 20-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars. 3 laps remain. Can DJ Johnson hold on? Can Jeff Ensign out of Sebastopol take home the win? Can he get around DJ? It's been hard to do this year in that 33 DJ car. People getting around him. We'll find out here in 3 more laps. DJ Johnson. Leading the field around. Don't forget, next weekend it is a special weekend. Flow Racing is going to be covering all the action. It is the Bill Bowers Memorial practice night is on Thursday night. Again, only practice for the modifieds, sport modifieds, and the stock cars. It is not an open practice, just for the divisions running next Saturday or Friday and Saturday. Looks like they're having trouble getting those 2 cars unstuck over there. On the 10th of October, the Donna Stories Larry DeMintz Memorial Races. It'll be Hall of Fame night. We're going to have some kind of video or something. I'm hoping to show or waiting to see how that's going to work out. We're not going to have any inductions into the Hall of Fame due to no fans. Keep an eye on the website, though, just in case that ever changes. One of these days, we're going to be allowed to have fans. Can't wait to have fans in the stands here at Antioch Speedway. Crazy. Trouble getting those 2 cars separated over there. Candy for the kids coming up on October 31st, Halloween night. We're going to have bouncy houses. We're going to have a costume contest, I believe. All kinds of fun activities for the kids that are allowed to be here on Saturday night, October 31st, Halloween night. We'll be joined by the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, the Super Stocks, and the wingless sprint cars. And we're going to take 3 weeks off after that before we hit the Turkey Nights. Turkey Night 1 and 2. Turkey Night number 1 on November 27th, the Friday night. Hobby Stocks, wingless sprints, and wing sprint cars. Turkey Night number 2 will be the 28th, Saturday. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, and Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks to round out our 2020 season here at Antioch Speedway. Heard over the radio they're calling for a couple 9/16 wrenches. Those cars are really stuck together. I think we should have howled at the moon earlier. A crazy night. Three laps remain in this 20-lap main event for the wingless sprint cars.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to throw the yellow checkered. We are past curfew by a lot. And their time limit has run out, and they're having one heck of a time. They're getting those cars separated up there. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but that's going to do it for our Win the Sprint Car portion of tonight's Chet Thompson Memorial Race. I'm going to head downstairs for Winner's Circle interview. All right, heading to victory. DJ's climbing out of the race car.
Hey, let me tell you, that wasn't what it was. It was all the wreck. Yeah. It was the driving. Right, yeah.
DJ Johnson, another win. Congratulations on a strong performance.
Thank you. We got the, I don't know what you want to call it, the 12 hours of Antioch, or I'm just finally glad to have it over and done with. Yeah, we did pretty good in the heat race. Got the heat race, another last lap deal. Kind of getting tired of winning heat races and getting the inversion to start farther back in the main event, but hey, racing's racing, and too dumb or ornery to do it any other way. You just want to beat them every time you go out on the track. You know, just everybody's having a good time. We're having fun in the pits and everything. So, yeah, just happy for my guys. I mean, past couple times we've been leading here, it's like got into a crash, and then, you know, we get back out there, make a run for it up to 4th or something like that. I don't know. But then I was leading it on my own, and nobody's business, and ran into a lap car that spun out. So I feel bad. You don't like to wreck, but you especially don't like to wreck when you're leading. And, you know, I feel bad for my guys, like I let them down. And so, yeah, luckily we won the heat race. My cousin pulled a 0 pill, which I could hardly ever do, so that was my lucky girl right there. So, yeah, just happy for my crew, my sponsors, everything like that. How else was it from your perspective? Just a lot of wrecks, huh?
Yeah, I had some wrecks, but some good racing going on as well. Had some good battles behind you. They couldn't catch you, but they're having some back and forth stuff behind you for the battle for 2nd and 3rd throughout the race as well.
Yeah, I kept talking to my crew guys under the red, and I knew Jeff Ensign was coming in the Fingerbinder car. You know, last week we ran the injected cars at Petaluma. I got 2nd to him, and so I guess that's pretty good company if he got 2nd to us this time. So, yeah, top notch. Yeah, we just wish we could have got all the laps in green, and we want to race. We don't want to end under caution, but I understand. You know, we were kind of wondering if we were going to make it on field, if we were just going to get run out of gas. So, hey, do the best we can, celebrate it. We don't know ever when your next win's going to be. So, hey, I'll take it.
3rd win on the year. Who do you want to say thanks to your sponsors for helping you get out here?
Yeah. I got to just thank my whole crew first. You know, we were still working on this car at the house this morning, and it really wasn't done, but we just, you know, I guess kind of used to working last-minute deal. Unfortunately, we all got busy jobs and everything, commuting all the time. So we did the traditional Saturday morning thrash, got the car dialed in. We didn't have any problems tonight, and super happy for Bill's Tire Service. You know, we get to hopefully get a nice picture. We get to put another one in their office. Got to thank Shaw Motorsports. You know, Jeff and Juliana. They've. I can't wait to call them. They're on their trip to Indiana right now. And you know, I got to really thank Brian and Norma Halstead. You know, here we made it to the infield. We made it to Tech. Got another interview. So hey, I hope I'm doing all these people proud. So hey, we're just getting tired of racing without the fans. It's just not the same. You know, whether people don't like you, people will cheer you on. It's cool to see people come down in the pits afterwards, and you know, a lot of times we're the last trailer to leave. So, you know, we really miss the fans right now. But hey, you know, Antioch Speedway's got to do the best they can. We had full pits with midgets and everything. I wanted to watch the rest of the show, but I had to get ready. So, yeah, looking forward to next time already. You wish you could just keep racing when the nights are good, and then sometimes when the nights are bad, you just can't wait to get it over with. But this was a good one.
Extend your point lead over Dylan Bloomfield tonight, so the points are falling in your favor as well.
We didn't really ever set out to run points. I mean, I guess if you're the series champion in 2020 with only a hodgepodge set of races, it's kind of not even fair to coin it a champion. But hey, as long as Chad's going to keep scheduling races deeper into the year, as long as it's not racing, we plan on being here. You know, there's no place we'd rather be than the races.
DJ Johnson, congratulations on your main event win tonight here at Antioch Speedway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's going to do it for tonight's racing action here live and direct from Antioch Speedway on Antioch Speedway TV. A great night of racing. Winger Sprint Cars, the BCRA Midgets, the Hobby Stocks, and the Hard Tops for the Chet Thompson Memorial Race here at Antioch Speedway. Another one in the books. Coming up next weekend, 3 nights of racing. You don't want to miss it. It is the Bill Bowers Memorial Race. You can see it all on Flow Racing. And then we'll be back on Antioch Speedway TV for the rest of the year. And you don't want to miss any of the exciting racing action. And keep an eye on the website. We may be getting to have fans in the stands at some point, hopefully this year. If not, definitely next year. But we do thank you and appreciate your tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. I'm Wiley Wade. Until next time, don't forget AntiochSpeedway.com, Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook, AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. Antioch Speedway announcer on Facebook and YouTube. Wiley's Race Report comes out on Wednesday night at around 7 o'clock. And Thursday night replay comes out Thursday night on the Facebook pages. You don't want to miss that. We'll replay a race from a few weeks ago. A lot of fun. You can check that out. Until next time, I'm Wiley Wade. Thanks for watching. Good night, everybody.